Those went away because of budget cuts, and I know Sheriff Schrader would very much like to see both of those units come back. So those are among some of the strategies we'll be looking at as we move forward.
I know the sheriff and other kind of commissioners, and I certainly don't want to make this settlement sound small because it's a massive amount of money. But when you start spreading it out over our entire state, the dollars start to diminish. I mean, it's not for nothing, and everybody is grateful because budgets are tight and budgets are getting smaller in many places, but it's still a huge mountain to climb.
It's not enough. The number I said before, we have 16% of the treatment capacity we need. This settlement, even if it only went to drug treatment, as we talked about, is going to other things too, education prevention, recovery programs.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. It is the Tuesday, May 21st, 2024 meeting of the City Council of the City of Louisville. Can we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Lay?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Here.
Councilmember Fahey?
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton? Here. Councilmember Hefner? Councilmember Kern?
Here.
Councilmember Bierman?
Okay, thanks. We have first out of the box an executive session, real property acquisitions and dispositions, Louisville Home Rule Charter, Section 5-2C and CRS 24-6-4024A. The city manager is requesting the City Council convene in executive session for the purpose of real property acquisitions concerning properties in Louisville only as to appraisals and other value estimates and strategies. And City Attorney Kelly, can you introduce the item and request for executive session?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As noted on the meeting agenda, the city manager is requesting an executive session for the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions pursuant to 5-2C of the Home Rule Charter and CRS Section 24-6-4024A, specifically as to appraisals and other value estimates and strategy. Prior to entertaining any motion, the city clerk will read a statement required by the city code.
It is the policy of the city to conduct public business and meetings open to the public. While in executive session, it is inappropriate to take straw votes, keep minutes, or make any final decisions. It is the duty of each council member to ensure executive sessions are conducted in strict compliance with this ordinance, state and federal law, and any applicable provisions of the state and federal constitutions. If at any time the scope, nature, or parameter of this executive session goes beyond the publicly stated topic, it is the responsibility of the city council to terminate and cease any further deliberation within the executive session and return to the public meeting. Only those topics described in city ordinances may be discussed in an executive session. Those topics are summarized as follows. Where federal or state law requires the information being discussed remain confidential, certain personnel matters involving only employees directly appointed by the city council and other personnel matters upon request of the city manager or mayor, consideration of water rights and real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals, value estimates and strategy, and legal consultation with an attorney representing the city with respect to pending litigation.
Regarding the authority for the executive session, Section 5-2C authorizes an executive session for the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals and other estimates of value and strategy. An executive session for these purposes is also authorized by the Open Meetings Law, CRS Section 24-64024A. The request involves potential disposition of property. With that, Mayor, you may entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I move that we go into executive session as follows. For the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions, and that the executive session also include City Manager Jeff Durbin, Deputy City Manager Sama Fox, Community Development Director Rob Zaccaro, and City Attorney Kathleen Kelly. Can we get a roll call?
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mayor Lay?
Yes.
Excuse me. Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Councilmember Kern?
Yes.
Okay, the City Council will now adjourn into executive session. right, we're back, and we just finished with the executive session. City Attorney will read a statement into the record.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, as noted on the meeting agenda, the executive session was for the purpose of discussing potential real property disposition, and the City Council had such discussion. No follow-up is required at this time.
Thank you very much. Time for the Pledge of Allegiance. If you join me in rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is public comments on items not on the agenda. This is time where the folks who are in chambers or who are on Zoom can take up to 3 minutes to comment on matters not on the agenda or items on our consent agenda. If you're here, you should fill out a card and give it to our clerk at the end of the dais. If you are online, you can raise your hand and we will call on you, or I should say that the clerk will call on you and hear what you have to say. All opinions are welcome. We just ask that you refrain from clapping or hooting or hollering, because sometimes that can be very, very intimidating for those who may not be very accustomed to being in here and sharing their opinions. So it takes a lot, I think, a lot of moxie to actually provide public comment, and we want to encourage people to do that. So, do you have anybody who signed up for public comment? All right, anybody online with Zoom? It does not appear so. Okay. Then on to the consent agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, good. Council informational comments on pertinent items not on the agenda. Do council members have any pertinent items not on the agenda on which they would like to report? I will report on one. I had the good fortune to go out on Sunday with Post 111 of the American Legion and do some cleanup out at the cemetery. Some of the gravestones and markers of service people were actually completely underneath the grass. So I had my little weed whacker out there, and others did too, and kind of cleaned up some of the branches and things like that. And big thanks to Post 111 for doing that. Everybody wore red to remember remember everyone who's deployed, R-E-D. Anyway, so that was a good thing. Okay, city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one item. A reminder, on Thursday at the Rec Center, 5:30 to 7, we're having open house number 2 for the downtown vision plan for streetscapes and public places. Hope to see you there. That's it.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Okay. First item of regular business is a proclamation, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Plus Pride Month proclamation. And I would like to recognize Councilmember Kern for that
Thank you very
purpose.
much. So very happy to announce the Louisville Proclamation of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Plus Pride Month, June 2024. Whereas Pride Month celebrations include those who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, non-binary, pansexual, asexual, as well as heterosexual and cisgender allies. And whereas in the movement toward equal rights for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people, a historic turning point occurred in the early hours of June 28, 1969, in New York City, with the onset of the Stonewall riots, which served as a catalyst for the gay rights movement in the United States and around the world. Whereas this month and every month, the city of Louisville stands with the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer plus, LGBTQ plus community members as they declare pride, dignity, and equality for who they are and whom they love. Whereas this nation was founded on the principles that all people have the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness under the protection of the law, and whereas the rainbow flag is an emblem of hope, unity, diversity, and support for LGBTQ plus affirming spaces, agencies, and individual allies. And whereas the city of Louisville is committed to supporting the visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQ plus residents in our community who contribute to the culture, civic, and economic success of the city. And whereas society learns to embrace evolving definitions of sexuality and gender, we acknowledge how the need for education, spreading awareness, and dialogue remains vital in our current moment in history. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council hereby proclaims June 2024 as Pride Month in support of the LGBTQ plus community. Be it further resolved, the rainbow pride flag will fly throughout the month of June, recognizing all LGBTQ plus residents whose influential and lasting contributions make Louisville an inclusive community in which to live, work, and visit. The city of Louisville celebrates the resiliency and ongoing contributions of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer plus communities and reaffirms the city's dedication to collectively work in building a safe and inclusive society that values all people. Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we proclaim LGBTQ plus Pride Month for June 2024.
Second.
Any comments? I would make a friendly amendment that we clean up some of the punctuation and that we spell hereby H-E-R-E-B-Y. Is that an amendment that you accept?
That's a very acceptable
How about
amendment.
the second?
Yes, accepted.
Okay. With that in mind, can we take a roll call vote?
Voice vote's fine.
Pardon, voice vote? Okay, good. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good, thanks. Thanks a lot, Councilmember Kern. Next is ordinance number 1874, Series 2024, an ordinance amending Louisville Municipal Code, Chapter 15.56, for the purpose of expanding the role of the Building Code Board of Appeals to review and make recommendations to the City Council on building code adoptions, first reading to set public hearing. Can we get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. And this is a motion to set the public hearing for June 4, 2024, correct?
Yep.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, good. Thank you. Next is resolution number 26, Series 2024, resolution approving a preservation restoration grant for the A&L Porterhouse at 928 Lafarge Avenue. Is there any disclosure that council members might have concerning this particular property. Okay? I'm opening the public hearing, and I ask for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Yes, this is a grant request for 928 Lafarge. Public notice was met as required. And just to note, I'm going to jump right into the grant criteria because this was already landmarked. Oftentimes you'll see those together, but in this case, it's coming a couple years after it was landmarked. So as usual, staff reviews these types of requests for whether they're in the historic structure assessment, and then also whether they relate to either preservation, restoration, or rehabilitation of the structure. In this case, there's sort of two line items. One is to demolish the vinyl siding that was previously on the house. This work's already been done. They are able to come back and ask for work that's been done in the past 5 years. And then rewrap the house with the, there was no siding left, but to sort of have a restored siding back to the turn of the century look. And then the second is to do a similar restoration project, but with the porch to add that folk Victorian ornamentation back in. So the total project cost was a little over $35,000. The total request is half of that, a little over 17. And as I mentioned before, this is a mix of completed and proposed work. But again, that's allowed under the resolution that governs the grant program. And so with that, staff recommends approval of Resolution 26, Series 2024, which would approve a grant in the amount of up to $17,819.90. And HPC did recommend approval of this grant request. I don't believe that the applicant is here. Oh, you are, good, wonderful. She is here, available for questions, and I do believe might have a little bit of a short presentation or words to share with you all.
Did you say you have more of a presentation?
The applicant.
Okay. Do you want to do that right now, and then we can ask questions right after that?
If you have questions for me now, I'm happy to take them, but
Okay.
just wanted to alert you to the fact that she's here.
Okay, all right. Well, council members have any question of staff on this? Nope. Okay.
I was wrong. She doesn't have a presentation. My apologies. So
That's quite all right. That's quite all right. All right, why don't we, since we don't have any particular questions right this moment, why don't we take public comments? Again, folks are limited to 3 minutes, 6 minutes if you want to pull your time with someone else who is present or who is online and assents to that. Are there any public comments concerning Resolution 26, Series 2024? Okay, looks like there's no question online either. So we'll come back to council. Any council questions or discussion here? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just want to thank you for bringing your home forward for this program. It's one of our favorite things. I know Councilmember Fahey and I both served on the HPC, and we just love seeing these homes come in front of us for landmarking, which you've already done, but then the important work of preservation, restoration, and rehabilitation. And it's just so nice that we have a program where we can partner with you to help defray some of those costs to take your beautiful little home and make it a little bit more beautiful and historic. So thank you so much for participating in this voluntary program. It takes people like you to make it work, so thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. Closing the public hearing, do we have a motion on resolution number 26?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, roll call vote?
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Councilmember Dickinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern.
Yes.
Congratulations to the applicant. Thanks for all the great work that the staff put in on this and the applicant. And we'll move on to the next. Next item is resolution number 27, series 2024, resolution approving a contract with the state of Colorado for the police department's co-responder program. Do we have staff presentation? Chief?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Rafael Gutierrez, Chief of Police. The resolution before you is seeking approval for a contract with the state of Colorado. Earlier this year, Council did approve an intergovernmental agreement with Boulder County to contract mental health co-responder services. The IGA accounted for 2 mental health co-responders to be housed and based at the Louisville Police Department. The team did start working in March 25th of this year. They've already proven to be a significant resource for the community as well as the police department. So we're very happy to have the program up and running. Earlier, or towards the end of last year, the co-responder program was part of the budget amendment process in which council did approve funding for 2024 for the program. Once that was approved, the department began to seek any grant funding opportunities that were available to try to help the program sustain itself and move forward into future years. Happily to report, we were awarded funding through the Colorado Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Administration, in which it covers 100% of funding for the program for fiscal year 2025 for the state. As part of this grant funding process, the state of Colorado does request to enter into a contract with the city of Louisville, in which it would allow the city to seek reimbursement for any costs that were incurred as a result of the program, which covers salary, benefits, and other peripheral expenses for the co-responder program. The amount that was awarded is up to $230,872 for state fiscal year 2025. We do recommend approval of this resolution, and I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Council questions about the presentation? I had one. This is probably softball, but at the end of the grant period, which I gather is the end of fiscal 25, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
I mean, then we would have to come forward if we wanted to continue the program with either some additional grant monies or monies in our own budget. Is that right?
Yeah, that would be correct. As part of the grant process, we would have to seek refunding or reapproval of funding through the grant programs. We do continue to plan to pursue any kind of grant funding opportunities available, but if grant funding was not available for the city, then that would have to be a budgeted item.
Okay, very good, thanks. Others? All right, let's take some public comment if there is any concerning this program. Do we have any public comment? Anybody online? No. So let's go back to council questions and discussion. Council? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
I just wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude to the work that your team does and your willingness to seek funding proactively to continue to support this very important program. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Other council members? Councilmember Kern?
Thank you very much. I also would actually like to just say thank you for having the open-mindedness and the depth of perception of the community to realize this was a void, and I really appreciate the action that you took to fill this, especially being proactive with grants. That's pretty amazing. Thank you very, very much.
Anyone else in council? I want to add my voice to that. All of the things that were said before. This is a trend to have co-responders that is supported by, I think, most of the professional organizations that police chiefs belong to, and it really has been a lifesaver in a lot of circumstances where folks who are trained can train our officers and can also talk some folks into perhaps being compliant or de-escalating situations that might otherwise be very dangerous for the community, for the officers, and for the person. So I'm very excited. We had a point last year, and I think when the chief started, where there was a gap. We had this A program in effect, and then it ran out, and I was very happy to hear from the chief right away that that was something that was going to be a priority for this year, and gosh, get that kind of funding for it is really something that's special. So thanks again for all the staff who've had something to do with that, because that's a great program. All right. Let's see here. I guess we will close the public hearing. Do we have a motion on resolution number 27?
So moved. Second.
Second. Somebody decide.
So moved.
This is the, that's, the clerk can figure that out, I think. Let's take a roll call vote on resolution 27.
Councilmember Fahy?
Yes.
Mayor Lay?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Kern?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Passes. And next to the item, discussion, direction, and action via Appia striping changes. I want to actually start this process off with some comments. I don't usually do this, but I'm going to do it for this one before we have a staff presentation, if I may. Excuse me. Bear with me for just a second. I have some. This is, as you'll hear a description of this program from staff in just a minute, but I thought it would be worth it to talk a little bit about what is not at issue tonight and some other miscellaneous comments that I have. First, this is not a presentation or a decision about Dahlia and Polk and the striping and arrangement we have over there. There were two items that we, as a council, approved on striping last fall. I think it was the day before the election, in fact. I think it was the Monday before the election. The one that we put a pause on, the one that concerned via Appia, and that's what we're here to review today. Council unanimously supported that at the time, and I think there was a lot of pushback in the community, and I think that was the reason for the the pause. And in the meantime, a lot of things which Director Kohler can talk about happened. I think it's very important in this to recognize that everybody on council and staff cares very deeply about the safety, efficiency, great engineering, and empirical results that concern striping of any road in the city. Also care very deeply, all of us, about the wise use of tax dollars, which is why some of the presentation is going to cover expenses. I have been extraordinarily disappointed in public comments that I have read from residents and online that attack our Department of Public Works, and in particular, the Director of Public Works, Kurt Kohler. As I said, I think everybody here cares very deeply about the city. I would remind those who might question the commitment of Director Kohler that my house stands, and many of yours stands, because of decisions, work, engineering that was done by the Department of Public Works and Kurt the night of the Marshall Fire. And he brings that level of, we finally had to tell him to go home. I think we had to tell him many times to go home as in the wake of that very committed group of people who are our experts in this. That doesn't mean that we have to accept what experts say. That's something that's our prerogative to deal with. But I think that it's important for us to avoid the name calling and the personal attacks on the department, on council, frankly, though we can take it in a way that staff should not have to. Kind of personal attacks that have happened to the extent that they're made tonight. I'm going to talk only for myself. Somebody makes comments like that, I'm probably not going to weight their comment very, very heavily in this, because it's not an argument one way or another for whatever option there might be. And I would suggest and hope that people can focus on what's really important and the values that are clashing, and some good points on part of everybody who supports whatever option there is. So my encouragement finally is just to listen, all of us, to the presentation with a curious mind, and rather than an argumentative one, and then speak your mind. With that in mind, Director Corr, please give us your presentation.
Mayor, thank you for those comments. What I want to just briefly walk through, and I want to walk through it without questions to get through the presentation efficiently, is a presentation that we gave to the general public at the Recreation Center on March 11th. Pretty dense, so I'm going to skip through pieces and hit the highlights, but it really walks through the data, reasoning, and what we think we see or hear, and then a little supplemental, and then we can go to conversation. But essentially on March 11th, we got together with a bunch of people, and we want to talk to them about education on what we were doing on Via Appia, the data, the expectations of the residents that were there at that time, and then others that have been in the past of the city at different public presentations, and then what does the future look like going forward. We did have some rules of engagement. This picture does sum up when we start to change things in the city, there will be an equal and opposite reaction. This is stop screwing with our road, spray painted on the road on Cherry as we were restriping it. So this does bring out emotion. It is a normal thing when we have change, and we are used to that. But it doesn't stop us from listening and then trying to do the right things for the communities. Skipping over Polk Dahlia, but I will just say Polk Dahlia, the data right now shows that there's up to a 30% decrease in cut-through traffic and about a 5-mile-per-hour speed limit reduction. That was from speed studies we did in March. We'll do some more in the fall. We'll also touch base with the residents through another survey and just see what we get back from that corridor. The data shows that that was a successful project based on the goals of the project, which were to reduce speeds and cut through traffic. So just touching on that. We did touch on Colorado traffic law with everybody in the room at the Recreation Center. Essentially, what we're looking for and what the law says is drivers stop and wait at crosswalks when pedestrians are present and show intent. Sometimes pedestrians hang out at a crosswalk, but they're not showing intent, okay? Or if you're in a car, or if you're a biker, a pedestrian or bicyclist, be prepared to stop, and we want you to look both ways, ensure it's clear at all stops before crossing. So you have an accountability as a person crossing the street to look out for yourself. I'm just gonna warn you, I'm coming out of 2 weeks of COVID, so I'm gonna be a little slow and maybe not speak straight sometimes. If everyone followed all those laws, everything just goes perfect, okay? And we don't have accidents. And the truth of it is that's the way it used to be. It'd be like, well, they didn't follow the law, or natural selection, or they shouldn't have been there. And we're just moving. Life is changing, okay? Life is changing for traffic engineering and safety in the world and how we take care of each other. And national and Colorado trends show that pedestrian and bike deaths are going up. So for whatever reason, people are not following both those laws. People are dying or their lives are being changed drastically. This has been documented on all the major news channels, New York Times, a lot of places. This is not us. This is just, we're showing the information that's out there. This is not stuff that's happening generally in the middle of the day when there's no traffic or the sun's shining. This is happening in the morning when people are on the way to work or school and there's sun glare. It's happening in the evenings when the sun is like starting to go down and it's dusk and kids are now out of school for the summer and they're running around, or people are out exercising, they're crossing that street and it's dusk and that car doesn't see them as well. That's what all these peaks, I'm going to go to the left, my left, your right, but that's what these peaks are those morning changes in light, night to light and, you know, light to dusk. We're seeing accidents at these times, among other times. In Louisville, these trends do apply to Louisville. This is not it doesn't happen in our town. We have had multiple deaths. 3 people are dead in this town since 2018. I think it's a big deal to say that. I got here in 2012 and we barely talked about traffic safety up until like 2017 or 18. There weren't a lot of accidents. It just didn't happen. But it's happening now. And it's not for lack of us trying as a community to slow people down or put in better crossings and improve safety. We're taking it serious. People are still dying. People are still getting hurt. These people are elderly. These people are kids. This is a real thing. So if you say that trend is national, it's not us. That trend is Colorado, it's not us. It is us. We're part of that trend. We're part of those stats. So what does that mean as we kind of try to do our own paradigm shift? When the council says, hey, we've heard from the public and we've seen enough people get hurt or enough people die, what do we need to do? What can we look to? This is happening at the national level, like I said. There is a national effort through the Federal Highway Administration. There is a state effort through CDOT, the Colorado Department of Transportation, and that is a safe system approach. It's not a system that says, if everyone just follows the rules, no one will get hurt. It's a system that says we need to change the system to capture when people are not making good decisions. We need to have redundancies in place. We need to admit that humans are vulnerable and they're going to make bad decisions. And we got to have a system that like acknowledges all that. So when these things happen, when those laws are not followed, the people still walk away alive or with their bodies intact. This conversation we're talking about via Appia tonight, it's not a permanent conversation. This is a pilot project. It's something we want to try for a few years. The street's getting old. In 2 or 3 years, we're going to repave it. And when we repave it, we can restripe it. We can do whatever we want for evacuations. We can enhance it in any way. But in this interim period between now and then, it's a good time to try new things. Our outcomes aren't working for us. You can't get to new outcomes without trying new things. So we want to try a new thing. And it doesn't hurt to try new things. Via Appia itself, it didn't even get bike lanes until 2015. It was due for some maintenance restriping right now is what's going on. And so we said, hey, there's a synergy here. We're going to pay for some striping. And through striping, we can do a pilot project that narrows the road down to just 2 lanes versus 4 lanes with just striping. So this was a synergy. It was a timing thing with maintenance that we provided the council an option to try something. Previous input on via Appia, we had a comprehensive master plan that showed doing a road strategy to narrow the road at that time. That was 10 years ago. Again, we put in the bike lanes. This was in our 2019 Transportation Master Plan as a major project for reductions and improvements. It was in our 2020, 2022, even our 23 budget process to the tune of different amounts between $1 and almost $3 million. At that time, this was before a Marshall fire. So we were actually considering reducing the road to 2 lanes with curb and gutter and making it truly narrow and then landscaped. That's no longer in the plans. Marshall Fire has changed that thought process, but you can still achieve a reduction of how a road works and make bike lanes and crosswalks safer through striping. It has gone through a public process just through the DRCOG Regional Transportation Grant application process. In 2022, The public input that process goes through highly supported this project. In 2000, we did not get funding because it didn't rank high enough compared to other regional projects. In 2023, we applied again. This is after the fire, right? So we got feedback that there was concerns about ability to evacuate if you narrowed the lanes and the cost of the project. The striping pilot project and how we would stripe it in the future if that ever becomes a final scenario. It's striping only now. We're not going to do concrete and landscape. So that handles the concerns for evacuation to some extent. I think there's other discussions around evacuation of how to like normalize that with people and how that would work. And then cost has gone way down. So again, just maintenance restriping. I'm going to skip through these configurations because we'll just come back to one slide that sums it up. Right now, we're just talking about roughly $200,000 for restriping to get to this configuration. We're not talking about $2 million or $3 million. Few things that came up when we started talking about this narrowing is different areas along the corridor and concerns around those areas. So I want to be very clear, at the Recreation Center, we heard a lot of concerns about now to make a left turn out of the rec center will be very difficult. The Recreation Center is actually going to get an acceleration lane. So as you make your left out of the rec center, you'll have a lane to go into. So you're going to cross one lane of oncoming traffic. So you got traffic coming this way. You only have to look this way, get across, and you got a lane to dwell in until this traffic clears. Makes the rec center significantly more safe than it is today. That's an improvement. There were concerns that we were going to eliminate right turn lanes along the corridor. One of the areas we did double check data and just kind of double down on our own gut on it is the right turn lane at Pine Street. We did decide it was on the verge of being needed or not. And so we just said, hey, if there's concern here, we'll keep a right turn lane in at Pine Street. And so that's not going to change. So that'll still stay a benefit there. We will take right turn lanes out at Tyler and Church Lane. Those have very little right turn movements. And so it's a very low impact to anybody. Now, is there somebody that uses that corridor and will miss that right turn lane at Tyler and at Church? Yes, but it is a very small percentage of people. We eliminate right turn lanes because the right turn lane is an ability for there to be a conflict between a car and a bike coming through and a car not seeing them and hitting that right turn lane and possibly side swiping or running over the individuals. We're adding 3 left turn lanes. This is at Griffith, Harper, and Via Capri. The north end of this corridor doesn't have a lot of amenities. It doesn't have a lot of crosswalks. It doesn't have left turn movements. So if we're going to say that like things are a big deal to have right turn lanes or left turn lanes or crosswalks, then we have to admit that the north end of this corridor is very underserved by those types of amenities that we've said are important as a corridor as a whole. South Boulder Road, and then this would go for McCaslin as well. We are not changing those intersections. We are not making either of those intersections smaller, particularly South Boulder Road. We are not changing the configuration of the lanes at South Boulder Road. We are making the channelization lanes longer. So the left turn lane and the right turn lane are getting longer to better store cars. Also with the addition of the buffered bike lanes and the extra width on the bike lane, the bus stop in that area that right now interferes with the right turn movements at some times of day through the bus. Now the bus is out of the way. So this just gives everyone more room to operate. We understand that the no right turn on red at South Boulder Road is a controversial topic. We knew when we implemented the no right turn on red at South Boulder Road that it would be controversial. The reason we did it is because we had car accidents there of cars coming down the hill and hitting other cars going right. We had pedestrian accidents there. In fact, in 2021, a young child was hit, drugged by a car, making a right on red. The child was in the crosswalk. Driver got out, asked the child if they were okay, and left. So we've had a kid hit there and drugged by a car. I don't know what to do. We're trying to make that safe. If you say it's inconvenient and you want to take the right turn on red out, okay. But the reason we put it in was because someone literally got hit and drugged by a car. these are real problems in our community. We're not making up reasons to do things. So pedestrian and bicycle safety, basically, if you go from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, you're going to reduce the speed. I'll show you some data here, but you're going to reduce the speed by like 5 miles an hour. Right now, speeds are 5 to 10 miles an hour over any speed limit. This is going to add buffered bike lanes. It's just adding wider bike lanes. With that buffer, it's going to get more people using that bike lane, hopefully get more people out and about. The most important thing, and what has been lost in the whole conversation, is getting people across the street. We are shortening the risk of people in the street by only having 2 lanes in either direction, 1 lane in either direction, and turn lanes here or there. You're giving people 1 lane to cross at a time. So their average distance of risk is going from 30 to 100 feet of being in traffic going across the road to more like 20 feet at a time. It's very significant for getting across the road. So likely pros, I've gone over that, but I'll just reiterate, speeds are gonna go down. The crossings are gonna be shortened and safer. You're gonna get buffered bike lanes. Rec Center is gonna see an improvement on that left turn. Left turns at Harper Griffith and via Capri in areas where those people don't have those benefits now. Improve the bus interaction just along the corridor in general. Anywhere the bus is pulling over, it's got more room to pull over. It might block a biker at that point in time. That amount of time that conflict could happen between a bus and a bike is pretty darn low. It's an edge case. Shouldn't be a reason why we don't do it. We're going to improve that right turn queue at South Boulder Road. We're not going to get rid of the no right turn on red. We're just going to give a longer distance to stack up and expect people to follow the law and be patient. Improve crossings at the transit stops where we don't have the rapid flashing beacons. So, you know, not tonight, but before all the previous meetings, I actually went out and just sat at the bus stop at Pine Street and Via Appia and just watched how things operate and watched people getting off the bus, crossing the road in the busy traffic. I did the crossing the road myself. Then I came here and we talk about this stuff. So I'm putting myself in it. It's not great out there, okay? It's not great. We can say there's no problem, but it's not great. We have actually spent way more time as a staff and a council or past councils spending way more money in places that are much more safe than some of the locations on Via Appia. Okay, what could possibly go wrong when we do this? Now you don't have a passing lane. So if you know, my grandmother's out there and she's going 20 miles an hour, then yeah, I'm gonna have to follow her. But you know, it is what it is, and it might add 30 or 45 seconds to someone's day. Is that the norm? No, it's not the norm. It's gonna happen every once in a while. Gaps in traffic. People are worried that like if I'm at Pine Street, I wanna make a left turn, I'm gonna sit there forever. I won't be able to get out. If you want me to give you, I'm gonna give you metrics in a minute, but if you say level of service matters, then I'm gonna tell you don't have the level of service now. People sit there and wait now for seconds and seconds at a time. So the light changes in McCaslin, a whole slew of cars come down the road. If you happen to pull up at Pine when those cars come down the road, we wait now, we'll wait after when we do 2 lanes, and once the slew of cars goes by, you're gonna make your move. That move will be safer, and we think it'll work better with 2 lanes. And then again, I mentioned removing the right turn lanes at Tyler and Church. Some people will feel like that's a take. It is a very small percentage of people that use that movement, and it does not make the movement unsafe by removing the right turn lanes. This is just data. I'm just giving you guys data. I'm not attached to this data. You also all may have different perspectives. We have a lot of fallbacks if this doesn't work. So as with any improvement we do, we're gonna monitor it. We want it to work. We wanna be successful. We want you to be successful. More important, what the mayor said, we want people to feel safe and want people to get around efficiently. So once this is done, we're gonna monitor it. If there's any problems anywhere, we'll put all hands on deck to tweak those problems. Whatever we need to do to tweak problems on a 2-lane configuration, they're the same problems we have on a 4-lane configuration, and so we would need to spend that type of money anyways. So whether we're talking 2 lanes or 4-lane, because we'll talk about a 4-lane option as well, these fallbacks, these controls at specific locations are the same in both scenarios. So the data we looked at, we just look at level of service, comfort, what's the context of the street, what are other factors we've heard of, what are the bazillion previous studies we've done or public input we've had. We get traffic counts every 3 years across the city. We have data back to like 2000 on how many cars and how fast they're going. We look at a bunch of design standards and overlay what applies. We have sat in the field and just stared at this thing. We have rented e-bikes and rode up and down this thing and crossed it. Like I said before I come to the meeting, I go run around in traffic just so I have a reality check when I show up. We've hovered a drone over Pine and Via Appia, both when it was 4 lanes, just free flowing, doing its thing, and then also when we had 2 lanes shut down on the inside for when the medians were under construction, we flew a drone. We did both of those at what our traffic studies that we've taken every year for 3 years show that in the morning around 7:45 to 8:45 is where the most traffic comes in an hour. It's like 50, I don't know, 100 some cars. I don't have it memorized, but so we flew the drone at those peak periods of where all the traffic's going to be to try to capture those problems and say, is there truly a problem? And I'll come back and talk about that. So a lot of terminology we threw out with the crowd, 8 to 80 years old. So when we say all ages and abilities, just a reminder, we're trying to capture that age range. Anyone younger than 8, they really just, it's borderline where they should be out on the roads on their own. So that's really just getting a kid close to middle school or that 5th grade year. 80 years old, hey, if you're out there 90 or 100 years old and you're still getting it done, kudos. But this is just what the technical people say, okay? 85th percentile, when we do the speed studies, and then we take an aggregate of everybody doing their thing, it's 85% of the results. This is the speed that they're going. That typically says roughly what the speed of a road is for people traveling on that road. Not the posted speed limit, but what people are actually doing. Yes, there's 3 to 5% people that are going, if it's a 35, they're going 45, 50, 55. You always get the email that someone saw someone going 75 miles an hour. I don't carry my speed radar in my pocket, but we do. That seems to happen here. Average daily traffic is just the amount of traffic that is on that road on average that day, okay? So we're trying to build a road for everybody. Metrics here, how do we judge all this? Level of service with cars, everyone's pretty familiar with that. You have the A through F rating, and then people generally say, well, when I was in school, I never wanted an E and F, so I don't want my roads to be an E and an F. It's unfortunate that traffic engineers went with A to F because it just doesn't match anything that you did in school. So A through D is actually okay. Most of our roads are A through C. Some of them is D at rush hour for 15 to 30 minutes out of the day. But normally your life in Louisville is A through C. That is pretty darn good in the relative world of traffic. Now, what we haven't done so much of is talk about level of service or level of stress for bicyclists and pedestrians. That is the thing that is becoming new in the Safe Streets for All, Safe Systems approach. And so that's a metric that we really haven't used here. But if we start to use this metric, which we will, on this road right now, you're at a 3 or a 4, depending where you're at on Via Appia. So that is a high stress experience for most people. And it is an experience that only the most experienced people will utilize. And so when we're just talking about, like, I never see anyone there, that's part of it. Is there's only like roughly 12% of your population even wants to ride a bike or cross that street. So, I mean, you want opportunity. There's 88% of the people out there waiting for something better. They're just not out there with signs. So we look at all this context, okay, and I've talked about it all, and police and fire, they've got to get to places. We make sure they can get to places. Schools, who's crossing to go to school, residential, commercial, driveways, evacuation routes. We're trying to take it all into account, okay? We look at a bunch of different design standards, a lot. We mix all that up. You put in a snow globe and you shake it, and you see what that looks like. At the end of the day, we look at the speed data, we look at the context, and what are the decisions we have to make. And then at the end of the day, like, we're spending your money. This is not our money. I don't take $1 out of my bank account, put it on Via Appia, and then like light it on fire. This is the city's money. And so we have to do that wisely. We have an obligation to do that. You expect us to do that. So at the end of the day, we say, is it making enough difference here to really do it? And a lot of times we'll say no. And there's even been times where the council says, well, we hear you say no, but we kind of just want it anyways. So we do it. But this time we're saying like, hey, this is worth it. It makes enough change. So I think this is an important area which is getting lost. The corridor, there's nobody out there. There's different users out in the world, okay? So if there's bike users here in the upper right, there's walker users here in the upper left. They both got like a 1 through 4 scale for expertise and then level of stress. So when we're in that 3 to 4 range, we're working with the highly confident people. They are the strong and fearless. They are the enthusiastic and confident. That is your 12% that I mentioned. You have like 50% of your public are interested, but they're kind of concerned to even touch a road. Like, it's just scary to them. They don't want to. And then you got this other part that's like, there's no way I'm getting out there. I'm not touching it. I'm not gonna get on a bike. That's ridiculous. Who bikes? But that's all kind of changing, okay? With like the e-bike stuff and COVID getting people out and people reconnecting with nature. Like, we are seeing this population wanting to do more and wanting our network to do more. And so that is part of what you're seeing in some of this trend too, or we have the amateur nights starting to come out to the road, and that's okay, that's good. That's health and well-being and economic benefits of people just getting around. It's reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It's a lot of good things. So let's make that feel more comfortable and get those people out. That's what that level of stress is relating to, is those people that are less expert, less spandex. E-bikes are gonna change the game. I'm just gonna say, right now, if you're not a big biker, then maybe anything over 15 minutes that's a big bike ride. Some people might say 5 to 10 minutes is a big bike ride. A 5-minute bike ride to a brewery is a beautiful thing, right? So like, e-bikes make everything quicker. They're coming. E-everything is coming. It might be e-quads at some point. I don't know. I'm sorry, Chief, but we're gonna have to deal with this. But it's just, this is good. It's making more people want to come into our community. It used to be that like Via Appia was maybe on the outskirts of who wanted to ride to downtown and visit Main Street. And we're sitting here having conversations about how to revitalize downtown. Well, e-bike has opened up a whole bike shed of people that are now gonna want to do that. And they're gonna want to get across South Boulder Road or Via Appia. So bike sheds matter. You go to the south, we've worked on Cherry and Pine Street. We've made those very, those level of service and level of stresses. We're at 1s and 2s on those streets. So, we've done that south, we just haven't gone north. All right, comprehensive plan, that dark line, that is where it says to reduce the road. 10 years ago, that's an image out of the comp plan. So that's not something Public Works makes up, that Rob makes that up. So planning. No, it's a strong plan for the community. It's our vision on what we want our community to be, and we're trying to follow that. Lower right, bus route, heavily used. Whether you see people sitting at the bus stops or not, it is a heavily used bus route. That means people are crossing the street. Sometimes these are people that are more vulnerable than the 12% that are confident. Cut through, we have cut through on Via Appia in the comprehensive plan. It said, hey, we want to reduce cut through. So these are just goals from previous plans. 2019 Transportation Master Plan, top number of comments received, walking and biking and safety. Traffic calming at the bottom. So we get it. Via Appia feels like traffic calming, but it's really a crosswalk safety project, right? We're bringing the level of stress and the level of service and comfort. We're increasing that for people crossing, walking and biking. And so we're achieving this. It feels like traffic calming, and we understand people are, I'm done with you messing with my car, but we still have high priorities for walking, biking, and the safety around that. And if you started reading into some of these details down here in the packet, the things holding us back are getting across some of these major streets. I understand they're opposing things, and that's causing the conflict within the community. So we're talking about how to get through the paradigm shift. These are just goals from the Transportation Master Plan. We want to make sure everyone gets around, including cars, comfortably and safely. We got to do better with bikes and people. TMP was a specific project, just pointed out. improve the signage, enhance the crosswalks, get rid of the right turn lanes, do more pedestrian refuges, add more pavement spaces for bikes. So this project is doing all that. Louisville Middle School, this is the Louisville Middle School boundaries. As you can see, we have a lot of kids that are crossing on the north end there. And when we look at some of the comments map that I'll show here in a minute, a lot of the support for this project is coming from that north part of the community. So that's a big reason why there's a school crossing. That's a context thing. Size of the street, I'm worried that it's not gonna work. This street is 4 lanes. 4 lanes can handle, on average, 35,000 cars a day. 2 lanes can handle, on average, 20,000 cars a day. We're running 9,000 to 10,000 cars a day. People think that we're experimenting on Louisville with this. Midway between Highway 287 and Main Street in Broomfield, 2 lanes going through a neighborhood, driveways are even on it. It carries 14,000 cars a day. Main Street between 136th and 120th in Broomfield is carrying like 12,000 cars a day, similar characteristics. 136th from, the end all the way to like Sheridan, the west end all the way to Sheridan. 2 lanes, it's carrying, 11,000 cars a day. I could go on and on on 2-lane roads that are carrying 9,000 cars plus, with houses, with intersections without traffic lights, with bike lanes that work just fine. They're lovely places. Go drive through them. They work great. These are speed limits, speed studies, if you're into the data stuff. This is just a graph of, you take speeds and they fall into bins. Like some people are going 16 to 20 miles per hour. Some people are going 46 to 50 miles per hour. You add those up and graph it. Most everyone, Pine, Tyler intersection areas is going 41 to 43 miles per hour in a 35. You get to Lafayette area where we reduce the speed limit to 30, they're going 37 miles an hour. So we've measured that there's a 68 miles per hour speeding pretty reliably. When it went down to 2 lanes for construction, we threw the speed stuff out there and everything slowed down to 38 miles per hour. So these black peaks here moved over to where the orange peak is. Same area, slowed down, 2 lanes. So 4 lanes, 2 lanes will slow things down. This is Strava data. People say, well, no one ever crosses anywhere ever. This is up here. We have the beacons right there, strong white. We have beacons by the rec center, strong white. Pine doesn't really go through, so you don't see a lot of strength there, and it doesn't feel great, so you're not seeing that. Tyler, that's a pretty strong connecting street. Again, people aren't really crossing there because it doesn't feel good. This is getting some action. We recently put a beacon in there like a year ago, so it's more popular, so that helps. And then down here we have a little bit by the skate park. So we don't have really great crossings up here along like Via Capri area, and I'd say Lafayette really struggles to have good usage too. So there's where people are crossing, where they're not. Just gonna say we're at in a buffered bike lane. What would be recommended is actually protected, but buffered is fine for now. And I don't see us going to a protected bike lane because we need to keep the width of the road for evacuation purposes. So we would never go to a protected bike lane in this area for those reasons. All right, driver level of service. I think this is one of the most important things. So if you're a driver and we have to determine your level of service along the road, your free flow speed is one thing. So if the speed limit is a certain speed and you're free flowing 5 or 10 miles per hour over, then the faster you go, the better your level of service is, like you're uninhibited. When you get to intersections, and this is probably the more controversial piece, if you wait less than 10 seconds at an intersection, that's an A. Now, if it goes to 10 to 15 seconds, that's a B, so on and so on. 15 to 25 is a C, 25 to 35 is a D, so on. You go over 50 seconds, you're at an F. That's happening now. It's happening now. We have all these levels of service. When we go to 2 lanes, when we hovered the drone, what we found was the E's and the D's actually moved up to Bs and Cs. When there's 2 lanes and you're trying to cross 4 lanes of traffic, it's kind of counterintuitive. But if you only have to concentrate on 1 lane coming from one direction and you have room to sneak out for it and then wait for it and then go across and then you wait for the 1 lane here and then you go, like people were going more frequently because they had less to wait on. Yes, cars will condense in the 2-lane configuration, but they'll also come through as a pack, and then there'll be a lot of good gaps. With the 4-lane configuration, as cars start to spread out in both lanes and longitudinally, like you start to have to pick and choose, and you do a lot more thinking. So it's counterintuitive. It feels like we're going to bunch cars together and you'll never get out. But generally what this does is it just makes it a cleaner to get across each lane at a time. So we hovered the drone, we counted all this stuff with 4 lanes, then we hovered the drone again with 2 lanes. It just so happened that we hovered the drone with 2 lanes it was a day last year, it was like November. I don't know if anyone remembers, but it was like dense fog, like soup fog. And that was the day we'd already ordered and scheduled it, so we had to fly it. When we did the counts, even though it was dense fog, we still improved the level of service. There was no visibility, and the level of service at the intersection was actually better. So, I mean, we just feel like what we're seeing from surveys and data and trying to be out there and just hang out on the corridor, that we feel there's low risk that anything's going to go wrong. Just talked about the metrics with your level of service for bikes. Right now, it's 3 and 4, and it's going to go to a level of service 2 once the buffered bike lane's in. You talk about going across the street. Right now, it's 3 and 4. You'll go to like 1s and 2s, maybe some 3s when people are speeding by. But again, significantly improves that level of comfort. Same thing for pedestrians. We're moving from 3s and 4s to 1s and 2s. It just, depending on what the speed limits are and how many lanes people are crossing at a time. So when we slow traffic down and they only have to cross 1 active lane at a time, that is creating a huge level of comfort. So at the end of the day, these are metrics. Everyone wanted data and follow-up. You see the 3s and 4s for bikes and people, A through E for traffic we've talked about, and then we significantly shift that. We think we're shifting the intersection, but we're not going to try and take credit for it. We're just going to keep it conservative. But we really think a lot of the E's and D's will move up to B's and C's and D's. So we think it's going to improve things. I'll just pop out of that. Just share one last thing quickly. Struggling with, hold on, I'm fighting with Zoom. When we did the outreach, we did receive feedback on Facebook, and we take all that public input. It's all important. We try to count up what people said, where they live in town, or if they even live in town. We try to color code that on a map. So this is from several Facebook posts. Green are circles of support. Red are circles of against it, but it was like just a thumbs down or a no, like no context around why. Orange was concerns around evacuation. And then finally, blue was kind of a gray area for us. Those were areas where people had concerns because congestion. Comparison that we were going to do the advisory bike lanes like we did on Polk and Dahlia on Via Appia, which is not the case. So we think around 10% of the feedback were just people worried that we're going to do advisory bike lanes. Not the case. 10% were worried that we're just shrinking intersections or intersection level of service. We're not shrinking any of the main intersections, and we don't see where we think will impact the level of service. So that was like 10%. Just aggressive driving and congestion. That was like probably 10% of feedback. I guess it's hard for us when council and the public requests any change, and then people just say like, well, that's not going to work. People are just going to break the law. I just can't respond to that. And that was probably 10%. Like, you got to follow the law. I mean, it's just so. that was the Facebook feedback, and we wanted to honor the feedback after the announcement. So that's that. And then finally, through the public process, we got feedback about, hey, what if we just looked at a 4-lane section, so reduce the lanes on the lane width of each lane on Via Appia, and then you could still fit in a buffered bike lane, and then we could talk about utilizing like hawk signals and beacons and more like traditional approaches to control all the crossings. So basically, I'm just gonna sum it up here of our existing is you have a 5-foot bike lane, you have 2 12-foot drive lanes, and then in different places, you have right turn lanes and left turn lanes. The proposed pilot does a 6-foot bike lane, a 3-foot buffer, 10-foot drive lane, and then just a 10-foot buffer that's hatched out. There's 0 concrete or curb work that reduces the capacity of the street for evacuations or emergency responders in this. We did take feedback just through input to try and make this as wide as possible, the bike lane and the buffer, and minimize the 10-foot buffer. It was like 11 or 12 before, and so we shrunk that and made the bike stuff bigger. And then the reduced scenario would still be a 6-foot bike lane, 3-foot buffer, 2 10-foot drive lanes. You still keep your right turn lanes. You lose the ability to add left turn lanes at Harper Griffith and Via Capri. So these are 3 solutions before you that I'm happy to answer questions on the benefits of any. Existing to go do the maintenance is 50 grand. Proposed pilot's 200 grand. Reduced 4-lane would be 300 grand if we did the striping, and then we added a beacon at El Dorado Lane and a beacon, flashing beacon down at like Via Capri. If you wanted to start in, so that's 300,000. If you wanted to start in adding hawk signals, 300,000 to 400,000 per hawk signal. If we want more beacon locations, 50,000 per beacon location. And we could also go to like traffic signals at Pine Street or other areas. So roundabouts are an option at Pine Street. That's probably $1 million option. So we can go down derivatives of a reduced 4-lane, but the base right now is just 300,000 with 2 additional beacon locations. So stop there. A lot of information. Thanks for letting me share.
Council members have questions? Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. So just to be clear, I think there are a lot of concerns that we've heard from the residents. I just want to go through some of them. I know you addressed some in your, well, most of them in your presentation. But to kind of sum them up, you know, there's major concern about evacuation, right? Obviously from the Marsh Fire and all that. And so I hear you saying, you know, previously there was an idea to bring in the curb and gutter, meaning making the physical road smaller, and that's, we're only talking about paint on the ground, but there's concern that having one lane painted on the road is gonna mean like evacuation, people will evacuate in only using that one lane. So is that a concern you guys have, or, you know, I think I want to be clear that the pavement is not changing, and I get that. Do you think that we're in jeopardy of having, you know, less evacuation safety with the restriping?
I don't think we're in jeopardy of having less evacuation safety, but I understand there's people in the general public that do, and this is a thing that is to each individual how they feel strongly about this. What I can tell you is there's a lot of lessons learned, and lessons learned about when a fire starts and how it spreads, and are we really going to believe it's going to get here or not? Well, we know it can now. So through those lessons learned, Chief Gutierrez and I have spoken, and there's a lot of different ways to handle how that evacuation happened the last time, and there'll be a lot of ways how it's improved moving forward. So this configuration does not change the capacity of the street for evacuation. That doesn't remove our responsibility to continue with lessons learned and just get some evacuation rehearsals or public information out there on how this will work, and maybe even signage. Like, there can be signage like, hey, there's a fire, you're running, hey, go that way, all 6 lanes. Just go the wrong way and get out. So there's a lot of ways to skin that cat, and we're ready to like work through that.
I know you addressed the potential improvement of the bus stop near South Boulder Road. Another concern I've heard is if you got one lane in each direction and now a bus stops on Via Appia, we're going to stack up behind that. You're going to have, all those cars have to stop behind that bus when it stops on Via Appia now. Can you help us understand what the traffic flow or like what is the expectation of a car for passing a bus? Will it have to go in the yellow? Like are we going to stack up behind a bus when a public bus when it stops at a bus station?
No, I mean, this eliminates stacking. The bus has a large 9-foot buffer now. You have 3 of buffer and 6 of bike lane. So the bus can get completely out of the free flow of traffic. You also have the buffer next to it. So even if the bus is a hair out, you can just free flow around the bus. And I don't even think you got to tap your brakes at all. So I don't think the bus is an impediment. In the current situation, the bus is kind of cheating out into the outside drive lane, and so cars got to brake and make that merge. The 4-lane reduced, the bus would be minimized as well. So proposed pilot and 4-lane reduced, bus not a problem.
Okay. We've heard concerns that kind of in the, like, hey, if you mess with this road, people are going to avoid this road and they're going to increase the cut through on other roads. Do you have any sort of data? I mean, I think there's cut through in 2 ways, right? One is I'm on McCaslin and I'm trying to go to South Boulder Road. And I'm going to cut through and use Via Appia as a cut through to get to South Boulder Road. But there's this, I'm not talking about that. I think that will be reduced potentially with 2-lane. But the concern is, I'm not even going to drive on Via Appia anymore. I'm going to take side roads instead of Via Appia. Is that a concern that you guys have? Or have you contemplated like the probability of higher traffic in our even smaller roads because of the lane reduction?
We don't think that traffic's going to spread out into the neighborhoods. We think traffic will just stay on South Boulder Road and McCaslin and just kind of make that right angle instead of taking the diagonal through town. Local traffic to get to neighborhoods is still going to like go to their neighborhood via Appia. What you're eliminating is someone coming from Lafayette and shooting diagonally down and going down to the DDI and getting on US 36 type of things. So we think maybe that's 10%. It's going to move around to some other street, but it's going to be South Boulder Road or McCaslin.
You said there's not a lot of right turn on Church or Tyler. Like you're saying, hey, we're going to keep the Pine right turn, but we're not going to keep the Church or the Tyler right turns lanes. And do you understand anecdotally why there aren't a lot of turns there, or like why do you not need those from your traffic pattern? I just didn't see an exact answer for
those numbers. I don't have memorized, and I don't have that speed study here today, but it's just very little traffic is going on those roads, and there's very little traffic making those right turns to a point where it suggests everything is like probabilities and odds and traffic engineering and volumes of traffic. And so when you measure the amount of right turns and then you look at how many accidents that may or may cause if the right turn lane is there or not, then that is how we dictate if we eliminate them. So we don't feel by eliminating those, it is going to cause any accidents.
So most of the right turn on Pine is to get downtown or the neighborhoods along Pine, but the right turn on Church is only for the neighborhoods along Church, and
correct.
The right turn on Tyler is probably just to take that first left or right. So it's like if you're going downtown, you've already turned.
Correct.
Is the idea, or you're going all the way to Lafayette if you're going to that,
right.
LMS or something like that. So
right.
Just not the frequency.
The major route is McCaslin to Pine.
Yeah, and then you talk about the left on Via Appia. So the only place I saw the acceleration lane. So I understand. Sorry, another major complaint, right, is currently left on Via Appia is difficult. Pick your intersection, Pine, Tyler, otherwise Lafayette. Like a left turn onto Via Appia is difficult currently, and the concern, of course, is you're just going to make it worse. I know you've already talked about the studies, but you have that acceleration lane coming out of the rec center, and you thought that was a valuable use of that interior lane that would otherwise be yellow. So you've got now they don't have to merge to give you that acceleration lane. Is there a reason there aren't acceleration lanes on some of those other ones? Would that help, or like, can you help me understand? Because I get it in the sense of, I grew up in Boulder and Louisville, and there's an area, apologies, but where actually South Boulder Road gets all the way towards NCAR, and they have this huge middle like ditch, and it's one of the only places I've grown up where like there's actually like a midpoint with like stop signs and everything. You cross one way traffic, wait, and then cross the other. You guys don't envision, it's not in here anywhere, that you feel like you need that like official middle island for the car, but for the rec center, you have the acceleration lane and nowhere else do you have it. Is there a reason we don't have?
Yeah, I mean, that's
acceleration
a super intuitive question, and we actually evaluated those things at Pine. Well, along the corridor, because you do the stop signs in the middle, and there was just some width issues with how much width there was to do that officially. And then also, like, we could do the Excel at Pine. You have a crosswalk there, and so we didn't want to like complicate the crosswalk with creating the Excel lane into the crosswalk. Now, it doesn't say we can't do the Excel lane. It could be that like, hey, we want to, if we go down this 2-lane route and at Pine, we feel there's a level of service to work on for cars, then we could put an Excel lane in, and we could say, no, we need to wait the Excel lane over the crosswalk, and that could be okay at that point in time.
Okay, so that helps. That you mentioned looking at this and seeing how the traffic performs. So if you see at Pine that it's not performing as you predicted with the studies and all those, then an acceleration lane might be one possible solution for that. Like that's an example of something we could adjust within the next 2 years, as opposed to waiting until the repavement to make that adjustment. That's an example of something you could potentially do at a intersection.
Yeah, I mean, we could move quickly on anything we need to tweak. It just comes down to the amount of money available to do that. So if that's a priority for the council, then we would prioritize that and move quickly. No different than if you kept it 4 lanes and you said, next year I want hawk signals everywhere, then we would do that. Either way, you're going to have some cost to make something friendlier.
And I appreciate you guys. Let me get through this. My last one. There's a lot of suggestion like, oh my God, just put a traffic light at Pine and Via Appia, you solve everything. Just throw a traffic light there. I understand it's expensive, but I think your presentation was like, yeah, it's not a great idea, but if you could help people understand, my understanding is that it decreases the vehicle experience significantly, really in both directions. Like you'll experience longer waits, but is there other, like, if you could expound on why a traffic light, other than the expense, forget about the expense, why a traffic light doesn't perform as well, why you're not suggesting a traffic light?
So if someone says, I deserve an A or B level of service at an intersection, then I shouldn't have to wait longer than that, and that's why we shouldn't do 2 lanes. So just leave it 4 lanes and put in a traffic signal. Our default wait period is 30 to 45 seconds to get off a side street on a traffic signal. So the minute your traffic signal's in, you're already introducing 30 to 45 seconds of delay, and that's if a pedestrian doesn't hit the button and cross and make that wait longer. So we feel no traffic signal and don't allow people to go when it works because we think the traffic flow supports that, and that'll give you the best level of service. But if the perception is the highest level of comfort is a traffic signal, because that's just what we've traditionally done, then you can explore that. But it doesn't give you a better level of service than what this could likely do.
And you only briefly mentioned the 4-way stop sign as another alternative. That I think that's the kind of thing I pull up and then I go. I pull up and then I go, and there's a lot of traffic. It clearly would have a huge effect on Via Appia traffic because you're guaranteed now to stop every time you ever drive on Via Appia. There's never a green light with a stop sign, but at least that tends to move pretty quickly. It's stop, go, stop, go. So I understand that's a potential next level solution, but why again, other than if you could expound on why not a 4-way stop sign at, let's say, just focus on Pine and Via Appia?
Again, I mean, all the data shows we think this is going to work as people adjust to it. And so, like, I think you said it, you put the stop signs in on Via Appia, it's kind of a last resort what you want to do. It feels quick and cheap and it'll work, but you're stopping every single car when you don't need to. And this is the part where we want to fight for cars. We want to keep cars moving. We want to keep people free flowing at a safe speed where they don't interact with other cars and they don't really interact much with people or bikes. So the safest way to keep cars flowing most efficiently is not a traffic signal and not a stop sign.
Okay, those are all my questions.
One thing, just for the benefit of the people that are watching, can you describe the difference between a hawk signal and a beacon?
Yeah. A beacon is the rectangular yellow lights that you would see on the outsides of the road and then sometimes the inside of the road with a median. You'll hit a button, they start to flash, people cross, and then they'll keep flashing even when people may have already crossed. Sometimes people don't even use them, and because you have the opposite problem. Bikes don't want to stop, so they don't slow down, get off the bike and hit the button. They just go, and then so people like them, but then the problems are that bikes will just continue out into the road without the beacon, and then a car says they didn't use the beacon, I didn't even see them. So beacons also cause increase in rear end accidents. So people see the light come on, and then they slam on their brakes, and the person behind them don't realize that's going to happen, and then they hit them. Or beacons also introduce a risk movement where car stops in the outside or the inside lane, but the other lane's not paying attention and zooms through. So a beacon is a little bit of a false sense of security. It's just a heightened level of awareness for cars, but it's not a guarantee that they're going to do what they should do. We think just without beacons, cars will tend to see people and continue going without slamming on their brakes, which is okay. And then the person will cross when there's a gap, or the cars will just see people in enough time where they can slow down a little more slowly, and in turn the cars behind them have time to react. So I think those are differences of what a beacon is and how people like it or not. A hawk is more like a traffic signal. It's generally at the middle of a block. It's not always used at an intersection. We have hawks at Eisenhower and South Boulder Road and over by Blue Star Lane and South Boulder Road. So looks like a traffic light. You press a button. It starts to flash yellow for a little bit to let people know that something's happening, and then it'll stop flashing. It'll go to red, and then it'll start flashing red. So it gives cars a time to see things, stop, and then like the flashing red or yellow is to allow cars to continue after pedestrians have cleared. So it's a more authoritative way to stop traffic, but not for a full signal movement. In theory, it gives cars the ability to go once people have cleared. So it's supposed to be a balance, not always popular either with people, because a lot of people don't feel like it feels intuitive. They just like red, yellow, green. And nothing flashing. Nobody likes people flashing at them these days.
Are there the same kinds of problems that you have with potential rear-enders that you have with beacons or not?
The hawks don't have the same accident rate because you have the yellow comes on and it's kind of flashing, and it like a yellow light and a traffic signal. People don't feel like that's a sudden stop. Like they're still going to maybe zoom through, right? So the beacons don't feel like a yellow caution light. It's more like the beacon's on, someone's crossing, stop.
Right. Can you get the options back on there for a second?
Yes. Oops, wrong one. I have no idea what's happening right now.
Yeah. You can just refuse.
Yeah, no, you don't need options.
You can just refuse. Well, yeah,
I'm having a technical
ask the question.
difficulty.
I just figured it would be helpful
Yeah.
to have that up.
keep asking questions. I'll keep technology.
On the first, or the 2-lane option, are there, is there any need for any inclusion of hawk or beacon signals, or are those out for the entirety of Via Appia if we went with that option?
You know, typically in the 2-lane configuration, you can get away with not having beacons, or you can not have the hawks, because you've shortened that crossing distance. So there's just plenty of room for people to get out into the street, have room to watch the traffic and get that gap, go across that short 20 feet, and then have another protected zone. So you really don't need that. It becomes overkill to have beacons and hawks in the 2-lane.
Gotcha. And, you know, one of the things that I think people, they didn't necessarily, well, people have mentioned to me is, it seems as though because you're not moving the curbs, you still have to cross, you know, essentially 4 lanes as the crow flies worth of asphalt.
In the 2-lane situation?
In the 2-lane solution, right?
Yes.
It's just that there are hatched marks on either side that you can breathe easy when you're in the middle of, I suppose, if people are following the rules, right? Is that, I mean, you know, and I think there's been a question of why is it that there's a more comfort level when you're standing right in the middle of the road, whether or not it's only 2 lanes, you're still standing in the middle of the road, kind of a sitting duck. Do you know what I'm saying? Is that it still seems like it would be pretty terrifying to cross that many lines of traffic, even though you're having only 2 designated
Yeah, I think we're just starting out with basic striping. Obviously, in an ideal world, you have some pylons up to give that kind of shaping and a 3D nature. We're not doing that in this case because of just wanting that clear evacuation. Over the long run, if it becomes, if this is chosen to do, and then the public adapts to it and says, yeah, just leave it that way, then maybe we'll paint those things kind of red. Like our initial bump outs, we're just striping out in a road with red to kind of delineate space. I think what's most important is you're delineating space. And everyone's feeling like they have a lot of space. And when everyone feels like they each have their own space, then complaints go down, if not go away, and people feel more comfortable. So I think because it's only the shortened crossing, you're still going to achieve the same effect. I mean, I don't think you will. You will achieve a comfortable effect by shortening the crossing.
Okay. On the for lack of a better term, sort of the middle road, that is the one that's the narrowing, you know, the squeezing of the lanes a little bit.
Well, Meredith, could you bring the packet up and just bring that? Okay.
Pardon?
She's gonna bring up the packet.
Okay. In that option with the squeezing of the lanes a little bit, is it if that were adopted, you would recommend that we put some hawk and or beacons, additional beacons or hawks on Via Appia?
On the reduced 4-lane option, in that option, when I said 300,000, we are going to add additional beacon at Via Capri and a crosswalk. And there's a crosswalk at El Dorado, but we'd add a beacon. That kind of adds beacons on either end. We haven't really addressed like what Tyler or Pine look like, which are probably the 2 busiest active crossings. And so I don't know that you could put You could try a beacon in there, but it likely leads to a hawk or a signal or a roundabout.
Gotcha. I'm going to call on Tim Bierman, who has joined us and raised his hand.
Hey, can everyone hear me? So, Kurt, I want to ask a question on the beacon. That's what is currently at the rec center, correct?
Correct.
Beacon. And how many rear end accidents have we reported at that beacon? Because I mean, I drive by that quite a bit and I've used it to cross. So I'd just be curious. I know you said that these lead to rear ends, but I'd love to know what in reality has happened at the rec center.
Definitely one, maybe two. One of them, I don't think the driver saw the other driver stopping in time. I think a second one, somebody said they fell asleep.
Oh, okay. I just, again, I'd like to see some I feel and experience the beacons work, and so, one or two rear ends, I know it's more than, we'd like, but over, how long has that beacon been there? Years?
While. Oh, enough to say years, yeah.
Okay. No, that helps. Thank you.
Other comments, Tim?
That's it for me for now. Thanks.
Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
I have a clarifying question on the left turn lanes. Looking at, looks like it's, what page are we on? 339, I think, of the packet. You specifically call out Pine Street existing will be retained in the addition of the 3 at Griffith, Harper, and Capri. And I just want to clarify, so the other existing left turn lanes between Pine and Capri, I think there's one at like Lafayette, one at Tyler, those will remain as well?
Correct. We're not taking anything away. And
Okay.
I only stated Pine Street because there's concern we're getting rid of it.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, just two clarifying questions, which I think you've addressed, but I just want to make sure I have them right. Which is, as between the proposed pilot and the reduced 4-lane, which in your judgment is the safer street design?
The safest street design is the 2-lane.
And then as between those same two options, which do you think has the higher level of service across all user types?
Highest level of user service across all user types would be 2-lane.
Thank you.
Member Kurt.
Thank you. Let me first just say thank you for you and the time that your engineers put, not into the proposal, but very specifically in listening to the residents of Louisville, particularly those people who really wanted an opportunity to communicate their concerns with you directly, people who use Via Appia multiple times a day. A lot of the people who have to evacuate or primarily will have to evacuate on Via Appia or did the day of the Marshall Fire. I just wanted to say that was a lot of work. I was at every one of those events, as were you and your team, listening to residents, and for you and your engineers to come up with an additional proposal is wonderful. And I really, as a person who's representing not only Ward 2, but a lot of other people who are impacted by this, it just means a lot to people that when they see the staff really paid attention and really heard not just what like some of the best proposals would be maybe for pedestrian crossing, but would also be meeting the needs of the community and the neighborhoods where they live. So let me start by saying thank you, because it was a lot of work.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming to all those events.
Yeah, of course. I wanted to ask you actually about a roundabout at Pine. So I'm segueing a little bit from the 4-lane reduction. In your engineering estimation, do we have enough traffic? Would it be better if there's more traffic, or do we have the right amount of cars utilizing that intersection at Pine and Via Appia to warrant even in looking into roundabouts?
Yes, a roundabout would work in a 4-lane or a 2-lane.
Okay. So with the reduced 4-lane.
I want to add one thing.
Uh-huh.
It is on the edge of warranting. So like warrant would mean like absolutely there's enough and there's an accident history and you should do that. So it would work there, but it's not like it needs to be there right now.
Okay. And it's kind of what we're discussing, though, is we're also doing this not just for what's needed today, but what might be needed as we progress forward, right? Do the roundabouts facilitate the movement, the improved movement of bike safety to bike traffic, especially with the e-bikes?
So a two-lane roundabout's better, and your crossings will be offset from the roundabout. You don't necessarily cross people in the roundabouts. Four-lane roundabout is more of a danger spot for bikes and pedestrians. You would move those crossings outside the roundabout, and then you introduce pedestrian refuges in the middle on those outside crossings. You see, like, I think for a four-lane downtown Superior is a good example right now of a modern four-lane roundabout.
Okay. Thank you. So one of the things you're mentioning is when the Marshall Fire happened, you sort of had this proposed pilot, but with more concrete, so that there wouldn't even be the option to use a second lane in each direction in case we needed it. And we realized, right, that you guys determined, nope, for safety reasons, trying to evacuate our community, we definitely need this. One of the things that you mentioned you heard, you listened to with the residents to reduce the 4 lanes is they really love the idea of the bike safety, right? Adding space, larger space for bicyclists. In fact, so much so that you added it to the proposed pilot. It wasn't in there before. So widening the bike lane, adding that buffer, making it a lot safer, because like to the point, we do expect to see a lot more people using this, especially if they're going fast on a motorized bicycle, an e-bike, rather than riding on a sidewalk. So that's awesome. But I think we also heard, and you took into consideration with this, is the flow of the traffic and the mindset that people have in an emergency scenario. So I think there's a lot of concern with the markings that either red, or I think you said you'll start with yellow if they work, maybe move them to red. Is it possible to test this with the reduced 4 lanes, see if we do have the improved bike safety, since it's the exact same as the proposed pilot, see if we have any enhancements with the reduction in speed by adding some crossing, those your speed radar signs. I think we have one now down right when it goes to 30 miles an hour. If we added those along via Appia to indicate to people who are like, oh my gosh, I didn't even realize I was doing 41 and it's a 35. Okay, I'm slowing down. Add some of those to bring awareness. It gives us a year or two, maybe more, to bring the idea to people that this is how you'll use it if it is no longer going to be 4 lanes versus it's 4 lanes or it's down to 2 lanes by the end of the year. We don't have a completed preparedness and evacuation plan for our community, as you were mentioning. You're still in the process of really working it out, tweaking it, rolling it out to the community, ideas of, hey, use all these lanes. If we do the reduced lane, get people utilizing it, see where we are with safety, maybe it's enough. And if it's not, in the next iteration, in the meantime, we can be educating people, and then you could still move forward with adding additional, reducing these to the 2 lanes, should we need to. Is that correct? Like if we don't find in the next 2 years that it's meeting the goals, it's helping with it's not helping enough with pedestrian crossing. That's something.
4 lane or the 2 lane?
If the reduced 4 lane isn't doing the trick, people are still driving too fast to allow people to cross.
Yes.
We could stripe off that second lane in 2-3 years when you're going to resurface it.
Yes, you could do it in that order. I think your decision points come in how many. So if you just did the reduced 4 lane for 300,000, seems like a natural progression that the council could consider and do. But if you start saying we also want the hawk signal here and extra beacons, then you're going to have that additional cost for those 2 years that then maybe you don't need. So those are your considerations.
Okay, so maybe we don't need to, right, so that's something for us to think about. But it would give the community time, a community that's still trying to figure out how to move forward with evacuations, with the next emergency when it happens. It would give them more time to learn how to use a road that only has one lane that they're allowed to drive on, to teach them in an emergency, go against what you know and drive in that lane. It would give us time to educate the community on how to do that, right?
It would give you more time for that. Yeah, I think I guess I would just offer, if the buffer areas are areas of confusion, we could just put thermo down that says evac lane, that just says it, if that's a concern that there's confusion. Or you can also take it slower and do the 4-lane reduced and ease into a 2-lane if 4-lane reduced doesn't work. You could do that approach too.
I was thinking of all the comments that we all heard about the concern with the current residents really feeling, especially at those very busy 3 times a day that you mentioned, how compact it is and how they'd like to be able to keep the 4 lanes of flowing traffic. I did have, a couple questions. So the right turn on red at South Boulder, is there a possibility that that could become a flashing yellow when the crosswalk is signaled at not walking? So it has to be a red arrow when the pedestrians are allowed to cross.
I mean, we always want to implement what we think we hear people want, and then we have to adjust. We can look if there's another iteration we can do. So we could look into that and then give the council a recommendation of, we wouldn't do this because of what's happened previously, or maybe that could work. So we're always willing to look into options.
I do really like the bump out for the buses and the stopping area so that the bicyclists don't have to work so hard to try to get around the buses when they pull over. That was a really wonderful idea that you and your team had. Thank you for that one. If there is no right turn lane any longer at Church and at Tyler, and we no longer have a left lane for people to move, so everybody's gonna have to slow down if it's only 1 lane and wait for that person to turn. If we leave the 2 lanes but reduced, that would give people an opportunity. They would have a lane to move into when somebody does need to make a right-hand turn, and we're gonna eliminate the turn lanes, correct?
Yep, that would offer that, yes.
So ease some of that. Had it been considered, if we're reducing the 4 lanes to maintain the flow, which a lot of residents asked for, if we were not to have the left turn lanes at Pine, Tyler, Lafayette, but instead it was kind of a similar concept. The people wanting to turn left, the traffic behind them slows and has a right lane to get into. And that leaves, instead of a middle lane with a turn lane and then a buffer lane and then a through lane for pedestrians to cross, it instead creates this very wide median, because you're not going to have the left turn lane, or the left turn lanes any longer. So if the pedestrian's crossing, they can use this really big center median as a stopping point before they have to cross the next set of traffic.
Is there a question?
Yeah, is it possible to do that?
I'm concerned that we're reworking from the dais the
Oh, I'm sorry.
plan that.
Yeah, no, I was just curious to know if that was something that had been thought through and determined that it doesn't work, or it does, or hadn't been.
Yeah, I think I understand the question. So the question is, you have a bigger area by removing the left turn lanes. Because you're removing right turn lanes, why not remove left turn lanes? A right turn lane happens very quickly. People tap their brakes, slow down, make the turn. A left turn, there's generally always a delay, especially when you're crossing 2 lanes. So you're gonna have several seconds where that car is dwelling in an active lane. So that by nature makes the left turn dwell just more dangerous, and it slows down traffic way more than when you're eliminating a right turn lane. So that's why you just never see that. You could if you went that route, that does make that bigger area safer for the pedestrian crossing, like a big refuge. But it's a long distance to make that left turn from, and you will introduce some visibility things and higher risk to the cars making the left turn across the 2 lanes of traffic. So that's how it would work, and those are your trade-offs.
Okay. I was just curious to know how, if that had been something thought about with doing the reduced 4-lane to compromise on the pedestrian crossing areas. Okay, thank you. Those are the questions.
Okay, I'm going to take some public comment. Again, speakers limited to 3 minutes unless you have a person in the audience who's willing to pool their time with you and agree to that, or online, same thing. I know we have now three people online, but do we have other, you can just pick them.
I'm going to start with Rebecca online.
Hi, this is Rebecca Whalen. I live at 906 Eldorado Lane in Cornerstone. Thank you very much for this presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. First of all, I really deeply appreciate this presentation, and I strongly support the reduction to 2 lanes. I do this because I have 2 kids who use Via Appia every single day, as do I. And the thing that concerns me most is not evacuation. As someone who evacuated from the Marshall Fire, what concerns me is my children's lives every time that they cross Via Appia. They go to LMS, they go to the rec center, they go to the skate park, they go to their friend's house, and it's quite frankly terrifying when I see the speed rates that people go. I think Via Appia is designed as a speedway currently with the wide lanes and the 2-lane road. And every single day I have stress and anxiety around my kids crossing that road. So I strongly support. And just to put a finer point on this, the other month, my son was crossing and cars had stopped. And 2 cars had stopped, and a car rear-ended one of the cars that had stopped for him at such a high velocity that her airbag deployed. And as I was turning in, I saw the lights, and I had a moment where I thought, oh my goodness, I wasn't there for the accident, but I thought, oh my goodness, this is my son. Okay, I knew he had gone to the skateboard park. So as someone who heavily uses Via Appia, I know that there's choke points. Sometimes it takes me a little bit longer if I have to drive my kids to school because it is frequently, it gets a little bit heavy. But at that point, I take a deep breath and I say, you know what, what's more important, me getting there or making sure that people are going slow enough at a pace that, you know, I even have to check myself going down Via Appia. So in short, really appreciate this thoughtful presentation, strongly support, and thank you again for being so mindful of the pedestrian and bike traffic.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Next is Susan Liu, and on deck will be Tim Crean.
Hi, this is Larry Donner. I'm using Susan's computer. So I'm calling in just to say I like McCaslin the way it is. I like Via Appia the way it is. And, you know, it's been my observation in life that government programs never fail, which leads to a corollary, and that is there's nothing as permanent as a temporary government solution or a temporary governmental pilot program. So I would just strongly urge council to reject the pilot program. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Next is Tim Crean, who will be followed by Ethan Hunter.
Hi, Council. Tim Crean, 995 Estes Way. I wanted to thank council and staff for looking at this issue, and staff in particular for doing the Louisville Rec Center session that was really informative, and they took a lot of questions. It was a long night, and we really appreciate that. As I thought about talking tonight, I tried to put myself in the mindset of a parent with younger kids. My kids are older. I don't worry about them so much crossing Via Appia anymore. But I raised my kids in the Cornerstone neighborhood. So I wanted to think about it from that perspective and thinking about them crossing Via Appia at the skate park. And a couple of things that were said tonight hit me. There were some phrases, people adjust to, and if people follow the rules. And I think what concerns me is the adjustment period of this. As kids think that they are only crossing 2 lanes of traffic, but in reality, they're still crossing 4 lanes of traffic. And it worries me what people do when they're getting used to it, when they see someone slow down in front of them and decide they've got enough room to go around. That concerns me as somebody who raised kids in that area. The other thing that I wish I could see, and I brought this up at the rec center meeting, was data from a comparable community with a comparable road that did this same type of change. And I just don't feel like I've seen that yet. And as a person who's swayed by data, if I could see this community in Missouri had a very similar type of road, and they did this, and here are the impacts. There were much fewer accidents, much fewer rear-end accidents, whatever the data points are that we're trying to accomplish with this. I think I could be much more behind the pilot program. I will say I'm more behind it after the rec center session. That was an excellent session, but I still have reservations about it, as I've mentioned. So thank you all, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Tim.
Next is Ethan Hunter, to be followed by Maxine Hartnett.
Tap on the shoulder.
Hi, my name is Ethan Hunter, and I'm a resident in Ward 1. And I'm here to voice my strong support for the plan to reduce Via Appia to 2 lanes. This is my first time ever speaking at City Council, and I've come because this proposal is really important to me. I cross Via Appia at Lafayette every day to come home from the bus stop, and I would like to see it reduced. So I'd like to thank City Council for considering this plan and city staff for developing it. And I also appreciate the effort that's gone into listening to resident feedback. The adjustments are really a lot better than the original plan, and the response demonstrates the city's commitment to achieving a safe and comfort road for everyone. The reconfiguration is a clear improvement for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers, and the conclusion is well supported by successful road diets implemented elsewhere and by the city's own traffic studies. Road diets are a well-tested way to proactively improve road safety and comfort for all users of a road like Via Appia. And in my personal experience, the crossing at Lafayette Street, which is the one I'm most familiar with, is currently difficult to cross without some negative interaction with a car, especially after the sun sets. It's already difficult enough to be visible to drivers when you're on the curb, and even if one driver does yield, usually or often, another driver will cross the intersection anyway in the next lane because they can't see you. And given the speeds involved, this is very difficult and dangerous. I've had to jump out of the way, literally jump out of the way of oncoming traffic multiple times this month. And I've seen children have the same problems. Given the speeds involved, even if nobody is speeding, I'm genuinely concerned that someone will be injured or killed at this intersection. We don't have to wait for that to happen to improve it. Limiting traffic to 1 lane would massively improve the comfort of the road because it would prevent drivers from weaving between lanes to increase their speed. It would prevent drivers from making unsafe passes for cars who are yielding at the intersection. And most importantly, it would reduce the amount of time that a pedestrian crossing the intersection would be exposed to traffic making the crossing faster, more comfortable, and safer. And I also drive on Via Appia. I think this change would be an improvement for that as well. It's much easier to make a left turn across one lane of traffic than it is across two. And I cycle around town all the time. It's my primary means of transit. I don't use the existing Via Appia bike lanes because of the speed and discomfort of the road. I would use buffered bike lanes in the one-lane configuration. So I urge City Council to be proactive, follow the evidence, and approve the reduction to 2 lanes. Thank you.
Thanks, Deacon.
Next is Maxine Hartnett, to be followed by Lisa Hughes.
Hello, my name is Maxine. I also live in Ward 1. To start, I just wanted to thank City Council and the entire city staff for putting in so much work. It's obvious from the spreadsheets and the presentations and everything that there's been a lot of thought put into this, and I appreciate that. Just like many people on Via Appia, I cross it on foot a lot. I take the bus 3 to 4 times a week, and I need to cross the road every single time. So I know that the road as it is now is extremely dangerous for pedestrians. I would describe myself as an advanced pedestrian. I thank you for that term, I love it. I'm tall, I'm pretty fast, I have good vision. I've had to jump out of the way of cars multiple times, most often when one car in one lane stops for me and the car behind them switches lanes and keeps going. I'm sure you can imagine that it's very difficult to avoid cars that are doing that and they actually can't see me. I also work as a software engineer on NASA projects, so I love data as well. And for the person who commented prior asking for similar studies, they exist. It wasn't Missouri, but it was Iowa. So I'm sure that the people developing these packets have also seen these studies because it's obvious in the presentation that you gave. But these are very well regarded and peer-reviewed studies, so they're real. Reducing the time it takes to cross a street reduces the risk of getting hit by cars for pedestrians. 2- and 3-lane roads are safer than 4-lane roads. Pedestrian refuge islands reduce crashes by up to 46%. There are some of these on Via Appia, but not a lot. It's true that paint does not make a pedestrian refuge island, but having those buffers for the different car lanes would provide a very similar effect and make it safer. Lane reductions on similar roads from about 5,000 to 12,000 cars a day have shown a 47% reduction in crashes. Traffic volumes on those roads remain the same, so it wasn't that people were taking different routes. They're still taking the same routes, they're just being safer. And similar projects on similar roads have resulted in a 20 to 30% increase in both pedestrian and bike traffic. The lane reduction on Via Appia will probably increase average drive time by about 30 seconds, like you said before. So the final fact is that the changes to Via Appia are pretty minor. At most, it's asking for a 30-second reduction in average travel time for drivers, and you get a 50% increase in safety. You have half the chance of getting into crashes, and that's crashes of all types, not just with pedestrians. So I know that I would take that. I would take that offer. I hope City Council would too. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine.
Lisa Hughes, to be followed by John Dolliver.
Hi, I'm Lisa Hughes. I live in the Cornerstone neighborhood in Ward 2, right where El Dorado and Via Appia, basically. I also want to thank you for the presentation. It was very helpful. I was not able to attend in March, but I was at the roadside thing at the church on the freezing cold day, and that was interesting too. But I want to echo some of what Tim Crean said just about the educational part, and that's more my questions. First of all, we are the only neighborhood on Via Appia that has one way in and one way out of our neighborhood, and it's on to Via Appia. And we, or at least I, and some of my neighbors who couldn't be here, are very concerned about it going down to one lane because we're already waiting quite a while to turn left. And yes, I understand it would be smaller, and I cross every day. I walk my dog at the Arboretum every day. I use the beacony thingy. Thank you for that clarification at the rec center every day. But it is a concern, and it's an evacuation concern as well as just a traffic flow concern for the 75 houses in the process of getting rebuilt and all the construction traffic that is coming, in and out of my neighborhood on a daily basis. So something to consider. I also have a question. If you go down to the 2-lane thingy, is the beacon at the rec center going to go away, or would that still be there? And also, if we do the lane reduction to 2 lanes, will there be an educational campaign such as what there was for the diverging diamond back when that happened? Because, that was a very complicated way to figure things out. I have gone down Polk and Dahlia several times. It's a different road. It has lower speeds already. I was extremely confused the 2 times I drove down Polk and Dahlia, and I know this isn't exactly the same, but I haven't seen a lot of education on how to drive on that road, so it really concerns me if there's no education plan for Via Appia, which gets way more traffic than Polk and Dahlia. And yeah, so I think that's all I was going to say. I support the middle option. Give us a couple years, as Councilmember Kern said, to educate people, get them used to the idea. If it's working, great. Then we go down to the 2 lanes and keep it from then on. But this is a big road. A lot of people use it every day, and I think it's going to if you go straight from 4 to 2, there's going to be a lot of confusion and angst and anxiety about what am I doing? Am I doing it correctly for everybody? Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa.
John Dolliver to be followed by Sherry Summer.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my comments. John Dolliver. I live on El Dorado Lane, and I am a 24-year resident of Louisville, except for that little fire hiatus. I am a biker and active walker in the neighborhood. I'm opposed to the single-lane configuration. Echoing Lisa's comments, I drove down Dahlia the other day, and I just didn't know what to do with it. You know, it seemed like a lot of paint for a lot of confusion, and especially when there was a car coming down the single lane in the middle, right in the middle of the street. It just didn't make much sense. One of the things I do think is that we do need some more enforcement on Via Appia. There are a lot of speeding cars. There are a lot of bad drivers in this community, and it would be nice to, utilize our police department a little bit more, especially in the mornings and the afternoons when the kids are coming and going from school, to have an officer sitting close, down by Lafayette, where there's a, great crossing is at the rec center and other areas. Maybe not handing out tickets or, but warnings, or, hey, maybe some of these people need a warning in an education class. I think that would be a good way to go instead of a monetary fine, at least for the first, one or two instances. I do like the idea of the crossing beacon at El Dorado. I cross there all the time. I do like the Hawks also. As I said, I'm not a big fan of the single lane configuration. It is hard to get out of our neighborhood. Seeing the new option with the reduced 4 lanes with a little bit of a bike buffer, I like that, especially if it would get bikes off the sidewalks, especially the e-bikes. And I'll walk my dog, and there's e-bikes, running up and down the sidewalks at high rates of speed. They shouldn't be on the sidewalks. If there's a buffer lane, hopefully we can get them out there. Right now, I don't see a lot of bikes on Via Appia, so the current configuration works for me, but I do understand people's concerns. So if I had the vote to make, I would go, if we're not going to keep it the way it is now, go to the reduced 4 lanes with the buffer and see how it works, and then reevaluate in a couple years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry Summer to be followed by Josh Cooperman.
Sherry Summer. I also would really like to thank Director Kowar and staff for your excellence in your technical work, and also just being so willing to listen to the public and communicate. Even this is a difficult kind of thing. I mean, we're people in cars, social media, change, and then you add evacuation to that, and that is a very potent mix. So thank you for your perseverance. You really care about us, and you care about safety in our community. I also want to thank you for the work you've done on Cherry and Dahlia. I know there are different situations and different treatments, but it has made a huge improvement in our neighborhood. It's much quieter because there's less speeding. I think we're not rolling out the welcome mat for everybody who wants to just blaze through. It's it's really a neighborhood that you care about. The overall speed before these treatments had been going up. If you think about that bell curve, it had been going up in my impression. And the outliers were getting much quicker. And the outliers are what you really have to worry about, I feel, because you don't really know what to expect. And those have all been addressed, and I really want to thank you for that. I would like to advocate for the 2-lane solution. We have e-bikes. We're talking about kids going too quickly. And I see big accidents, like even at Cherry and Dahlia, because we don't know what to expect. And I think the 2 lanes is the best solution. I'm kind of jumping around a little bit. With evacuation, when we evacuated along Cherry, there were people directing us because we're like very obediently going down 1 lane, and they're like, no, use both lanes, take both sides. So people don't think calmly in an evacuation, and it's totally possible since we've learned lessons. Like there could be somebody there saying, use both lanes. This is not like the only, like you don't have to just learn it all. You can also have people helping you. As far as enforcement, I learned at the Ward 3 meeting that we have a small department. We don't have enough money to just use enforcement on this. And the police department has been stopping more people to do more education, but we really do need structural change. I like the idea of paint because there's that education component, but I think it's also kind of healthy to have something where it's like, like I have to think about this road I'm driving on, because we get so used to driving, we stopping at the stoplight, the stop signs, we're just kind of blazing along. And it's good to have to stop and think, okay, now how do I drive on this road? And I think with Dahlia, honestly, it's not that hard. You just stay on your side and you don't hit things. Actually, that's how you normally drive. You can't really think so much about it, but I think it does make people think twice, and it's very helpful. So thanks for all your work, and I really hope you'll vote for 2 lanes. Thank you.
Thanks, Sherry.
Josh Cooperman.
Josh Cooperman, I live in Louisville. I continue to wholeheartedly support city staff plans for a road diet on Via Appia, specifically reducing Via Appia from 4 to 2 lanes, allowing for the addition of buffered bicycle lanes and effectively shortened crossings. These plans represent a cost-effective means to implement the visions of our comprehensive plan and our transportation master plan. Residents have expressed reasonable concerns and asked thoughtful questions about city staff's plan for the Via Appia road diet. To the best of my knowledge, city staff has addressed these concerns and questions. Why do I continue to support a road diet on Via Appia? First, the Via Appia road diet will heighten safety for all road users. Effectively shortened pedestrian crossings with painted mid-road refuges will make crossing considerably easier. Buffered bicycle lanes will move bicycles farther from motor vehicle traffic. And single narrowed traffic lanes in each direction will reduce motor vehicle speeds to some extent. Second, the Via Appia road diet will advance equity for pedestrians and bicyclists. Our city overbuilt Via Appia almost exclusively for motor vehicles. Eventually, the city made pedestrian crossing improvements and striped unbuffered bicycle lanes, but considerable room for improving the experiences of pedestrians and bicyclists remains. Third, the Via Appia road diet will promote accessibility for pedestrians and bicyclists. Effectively shortened pedestrian crossings with painted mid-road refuges and buffered bicycle lanes will open Via Appia to less confident and less experienced pedestrians and bicyclists. Fourth, the Via Appia road diet will improve connections between neighborhoods and business districts on opposite sides of this road. Via Appia physically divides our city, creating a barrier for those attempting to move across our city, including many school children. The Via Appia road diet will lower this barrier, enabling safer movement across this road. Finally, the Via Appia road diet is climate action. In aggregate, transportation is our nation's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. If we want to hold global warming to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial temperatures, as overwhelmingly recommended by the scientific consensus on climate change, then we cannot simply wait to electrify all vehicles powered by fossil fuels. Rather, we must systematically shift to widespread usage of sustainable forms of transportation, like walking, bicycling, and riding public transit. The Via Appia Road Diet will invite our residents to make this shift. So I hope that you approve city staff's recommended plan for implementing a road diet on Via Appia, and I hope that residents take this opportunity to leave their motor vehicles behind for a walk or a bike. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. I don't see anybody online. Is there any other person? Okay. It is about 8:10. Why don't we take, let's take a break until 8:20 and be back here at 8:20.
Okay.
Unless it goes really late, which can
Yeah.
Barbara actually wants to go first.
I think we do an Excel link. Crosswalk to the other side. Yeah, how do you
Yes, Tim is still on. Okay, good. All right, let's appreciate all the public comments, and thank you for hanging in there, because we put this after so many other things. And I really appreciate the staff presentations on this, the staff efforts to get out in the community. This involved a pretty heavy lift, I think, over an extended period of time. I think there were people who were unhappy with the initial decision. There are people who are unhappy with the pause. So, but I think one of the things I would say also is I really appreciate the civility. It helps a lot. I know not everybody, the people who are here and who spoke are probably not the folks who've been really kind of losing it online and in their emails. But it's, as I think Director Kaur said, this is an issue that raises a lot of emotion because it's changing people's patterns, and I've come to realize that people value their freedom on the road a lot, an awful lot. And given the difference in cost in these various solutions, it makes a difference which one we choose. And there's also a question of safety. I had a question about that for Director Kaur. One of the things, I think it was in the materials, I know you talked about it a little bit at the rec center, but I wanted to ask it in the meeting. Can you kind of describe the rather morbid results of increasing speed or reducing speed? Actually, it's not morbid, it's the opposite. But when you reduce speed by 5 miles per hour, that's certainly something. For some of us, it's like, well, so what? Can you talk to us a little bit about why that's important?
Absolutely, I have a slide for that. This one shared and the last one didn't. No idea why, but it's right here. So I'm on 39 of 49 of the PDF. So So the question is, as speed goes up or goes down, what's the impact when a car hits a pedestrian or a bike? So here are speeds at the bottom of the graph, and then actually at the top there's red numbers. And the red number is the likelihood of a fatality at that speed. So if you're looking at this graph, if you get hit around the 20 mile per hour mark at the bottom, and you kind of go straight up to the 10%, if you get hit at 20 miles per hour, 10% of that group will have a fatality, and that's generally an elderly person or a small child. Now, as those speeds increase to, say, the 30 to 35 range, then your probability of fatality is 40%. And then you get up to that 40 plus, and it's 80%. So it kind of starts to rise exponentially. So every little bit of speed reduction has a large impact on the conflict between cars and bikes or people.
Is it true that the average speeds that you recorded during the time that there were no restrictions whatsoever were averaging around 41?
41 to 43 right here where these peaks are.
All right. Thanks. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, yeah, I really appreciate the public comments and all the work from staff. I know, yeah, a lot of work has gone into this, and I just kind of want to remind all of us of the sort of the cycle of government here. You know, we have residents who have really clearly asked for, we saw this in the comp plan and the transportation master plan, safer roads and more multimodal roads, and that was, you know, been a huge issue for our community, which says a lot, right? When I was going around walking door to door, knocking on the door, like, what's the biggest issue with Louisville? And like, safer crossings. And you're like, that's it. That's the thing. Like, not crime, not schools, not. It's like, yeah, just safer crossings is one of the big things. And so I learned that running for office, and that was certainly a big concern with residents. And so we create this transportation master plan that calls for safer roads, calls for you know, making adjustments over time to make our community more pedestrian friendly and biker friendly. And then, you know, I think staff through those things gave, council gave really clear direction to staff to come back to us with things like this over time. And then your job and all your, you know, staff that you have, and traffic engineers, degrees and all that, you guys do all this hard work to come back and bring us something that meets the direction we gave you that comes from the request of the residents, right? And then we voted 6-0 to approve this particular plan back in October. And then it went to implementation, and you guys did, which is another part of like the plan, is communicate what you're about to do, and then it blew up, right? It blew up with, you know, social media and otherwise, people being like, what on earth is happening? So it's kind of like the full cycle. That's the residents reacting to something we're intending to implement, right? But I just want to be really clear, again, to people listening, that this is council direction that we asked you to do. And so I appreciate the work you've done to bring us back something that fits our transportation master plan, fits our comprehensive plan, fits the vision of what we're trying to accomplish as a community when it comes to traffic. And it's not an easy job. And so I do appreciate it. The time, I think it's unfortunate that we spent another 8 months digging into this deeper and deeper and deeper. But what I will say is I do think there are things that are better that have come from this. I think the acceleration lane coming out of the rec center is better. I think if you could potentially add an acceleration lane out of El Dorado. Actually, I don't want to do that, right? I don't want to get to the nitty gritty of like exactly, that's the point, is I'm not a traffic engineer, but I do think there are things like that that are better. I think the bus thing is better. I think you widened the bike lane, which is better. I think you reduced the median area. I think you added some left turn lanes that weren't there. Like, all of these things are better. And I think they did come from that community engagement. I think this is a better plan than the one we saw a bit ago in October. And I think there's still some flexibility in that, and what could happen over the next couple of years, even after implementation. I think the big thing that I would like to end with is, you know, if this were one lane in each direction, I didn't say like keeping the right turn on Pine, I think is a great idea. If this were to be implemented and if people are driving down, again, average of 9,000 cars a day on a road that can handle 20. So if there's not a lot of congestion, traffic moves well, pedestrians have a shorter crossing, all these things are going pretty well. I can't imagine the public coming to us and being like, we need extra lanes on that road. Like, we need to be able to handle 35,000 cars on that road. Like, I don't think we'd be getting this huge, like, we need something bigger and wider here. Like, I don't know the problem we'd be looking to solve. So I think there's a little bit of like, yeah, I don't really see the problem. Why are we solving it? Why are we going from 2 lanes to 1 is another thing I heard from a lot of residents. Like, I just don't see the problem that you're trying to fix. I think that would be very much the case if we were 1 lane in each direction. No one would be like, we have some major issue to fix here. So it's just one of those, like, we're kind of stuck in one thing, and we'll see, you know, potentially how things go. But I think this is the safest plan, and I appreciate, you know, you being clear about that. And I think it fits our transportation master plan. And I think that, oddly enough, what I'm hearing from all the reports is that we are not actually asking for some big sacrifice from the automobiles. What we are seeing is potentially better left turns onto Via Appia and very little difference in commuting time generally. So we're not asking a big, like, sorry, this road's gonna be really terrible for cars because we care more about pedestrians and bikes. It's like, it's gonna be a little bit better for cars, way better for pedestrians and better for bikes. And so I think it's a better, but we have, 8 people in the audience and maybe 4, 5, 6 online. There's 20,000 people that live here that aren't a part of this conversation today and aren't getting to hear all of these facts and details and the time that you guys put into it. So I would just ask all of you to remember that social media's may not be kind to all of us with not being able to attend this meeting and hear all these facts, but I appreciate you presenting them to us, and I'm super comfortable with the 1 lane in each direction.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I had a quick question about the crossings, where the bus stops are on Via Appia. People keep commenting that they're using the buses and that they're not able to cross the street. Do we have, maybe just let you answer, where are those crossings? Are there no signs for any of those crossings where the bus stops are?
Yeah, there's crossings or signs for all the bus stops, and generally the bus stops along there have been enhanced with benches and pads and trash cans. So there's you can see them, they're visible. There's one, the bus stops at Pine, and there's one on either side of Pine, and then correct?
On Via Appia, where are the stops though?
Okay, I thought Rob gave me a no, but then he said I was right, so he threw me off. And a few more as you go further down. Like, I think there's one kind of towards Lafayette, and then there's one on either side by like Via Capri and the park. Actually, no crosswalk at that one. So you are getting people crossing at rush hour when they're commuting in traffic, and it's not great. It's definitely the time I've played in traffic, and it wasn't exciting.
So I just saw the heads nod behind you that there is a bus stop at Lafayette, and I knew that there was one like at right before you get to South Boulder, and we do actually have like a flashing and a beacon crossing essentially there because it's for Cottonwood Park. People could walk a couple feet and use the beacon, but not for Lafayette.
The flashings by the lake.
The flashers are south at the curve, but the bus stop, there's one farther north towards South Boulder Road.
The bus stop or yeah.
Bus stop.
So you could cross it either South Boulder or at the lake if you got off at the bus stop that's close to South Boulder, but there's nothing right now by Lafayette to help people cross. Okay. That was probably a miss in the past. That probably should have had a beacon all along. All right. I just thought it would. And is that in the proposal to reduce the 4 lanes, you mentioned putting a beacon at El Dorado to get to the skate park, but you didn't talk about one doing at Lafayette for the people who do need to cross the street for the buses and for the middle school crossing?
Correct. I mean, it's tough to know where to start and stop on this. So we heard strong opinions at either end, like via Capri area or Harper Griffith area, like north of the existing one, to have something there. And then we heard something to have something by the skate park, lots of kids or whatnot. We did not hear a lot of strong opinion of stuff in the middle, but we know that it's used. So again, we could do beacons in those areas for another, if we're talking 3 more, that's another 150,000. So you're at 300, 450 now, $500,000. You could do that. I think in some of these busier areas, you may need to do more, but statistics, we'll follow the statistics and see, or the complaints.
Okay. I would be curious to see how this all helps with Lafayette, even if we're adding a turn lane, which adds a lane of traffic that pedestrians have to cross, if we still might need to add a beacon or something, as there was crossing in my mind. I like the idea of the reduced 4 lanes because we still meet all of these multimodal goals for the future. I mean, it's widening the bike lane, it's adding the buffer. It's exactly the same as the proposed lane with 1 car lane as far as the access, the ease of access for the bicycles, which is really great. But I think the making adjustments over time piece is also where the reduced 4 lanes helps. It helps people transition if we need to move into a 2-lane road on Via Appia. It kind of works our way into that. Time for education, time to discuss that more, get people used to it. But I think also we can see if this is just what we needed, if this brings down the speed of cars and we end up not having as many issues, and it addresses a lot of the concerns that the residents have who would like to maintain the 4 through lanes, either whether it's for use during the peak periods or for mental security in knowing that those lanes are available to them in an evacuation. I realize that we're only talking about striping. For the other, it's more of how people perceive and would like to. And we still have the opportunity in 2 years to then get rid of the lane in each direction if we need to, which is why I really appreciate that you proposed this. It was that balance between going full on with the plan and listening to where a lot of the residents were asking for a little bit of time or a little bit of space for driving on. So the reason I like the reduced lane thing is it is engaging you, your engineers, the thoughtfulness, all of those issues, but still letting our residents have an opportunity to still utilize those lanes for driving on or for evacuations. And we can fix this in a couple of years if this doesn't work, if this doesn't help solve the problem. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Kern. Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, thanks, and thank you, Director Coer, for the extensive effort and legwork and stakeholdering and everything you've done to bring this to us. I think it's a really great report, supported by great analysis and engineering work. I'm going to agree with Councilmember Dickinson on almost all of his points. I look at this and I see one alternative out of the 3 that is most consistent with our 2019 Transportation Master Plan. I see one alternative that creates the highest level of service for all users, and in fact improves the level of service for all users, including cars. It's consistent with the safe system approach that you talked about, endorsed by the U.S. and Colorado Departments of Transportation. And most importantly, it prioritizes human life above other values. And I think that's consistent with who we are as a community. And I would defend that all day long, that if we can save 1 kid at the margin from being hit by a car, that's clearly worth it. And I think I heard you say that the 2-lane approach is the safest approach, and we can do it without sacrificing level of service. And I think it is worth a try to address the really quite troubling increase in pedestrian, bike, and car accidents that you laid out for us, and try and make things a little bit better. So to me, the choice, after having looked at all of it and certainly considered in detail the sort of intermediate approach of the 10-foot lanes and considered the status quo approach and really given it some thought. To me, the choice is clear. And I think you've done a great job bringing us a proposal that I hope we can say yes to.
Thank you, Councilmember Hefner, sorry. Would you like? Brett?
Hamilton. There we go. It's okay. So Councilmember Hefner succinctly summarized my views on this matter. The road diet provides a high level of service for the users, improves safety for multimodal transportation, and individuals crossing the road. We've been talking about bus stops a lot, and there are, and the schools were highlighted on the map, but what wasn't highlighted are the kids that cross the road to get to the bus stop for public transportation to high school as well. This supports, again, our comprehensive plan and our transportation master plan, which surveyed our citizens and is in a response to that. There were a lot of concerns brought up by our citizens, and I think Director Coer was able to help us sort through those with evidence and data. The few that are still outstanding for me, I think, can be accomplished with education and partnership with Chief and others to make sure that evacuation routes are understood. I don't know what that looks like. I leave that education up to the experts, but I think we can achieve that. And I don't think it needs 2 years to achieve that. I think we can do it pretty efficiently sooner than then. And also the great idea of education about the new pattern of traffic. Whenever there's a new pattern, we need to educate. I think this particular road is used by a lot of people in town, so the education would need to expand beyond those who just live on the road to include those in the surrounding area. I would say the whole community. Again, I leave that up to the experts, but I think my outstanding concerns can be resolved with education. Otherwise, I think we have data to support that this is the best plan for all users and the safest. And I agree, one life saved is worth doing.
Tim?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Councilmember Bierman.
Yeah, so I had a couple questions. I am a big, crawl, walk, run type of person when it comes to decision making. And I feel, and I can see a lot of the points that, my fellow council members brought up. I just feel like we are trying to solve for a problem that doesn't necessarily exist on Via Appia, right? And I'd like to see I don't want to see status quo, but I really would like to see us consider the, restricted 4-lane option. The bike lane is the same with the buffer. I'd like to see some potential beacons added at Pine to see. And again, if it doesn't work, we can then move to sort of the, go from the crawl to the walk or possibly to the run. One of the questions I had for Director Cower was, if we put in beacons, I know you said if we go down to 2 lanes, that they're sort of redundant or not needed. I assume we can repurpose those for other crosswalks in the city, so it's not a complete waste of taxpayers' money. Is that a valid statement?
They can be repurposed, and we'll have to explore how we would put beacons at Pine. They're more of a mid-block solution. You don't necessarily have beacons right at a major intersection. So we'll, depending on the council's direction tonight, we would explore how that works at that location with a beacon if that's a desire.
Okay. And again, we didn't talk much about passive radars, Director Cower, the speed. I mean, how much those are? I think I recall $20,000 of investment, but I'm wondering if we could, as part of that kind of compromise plan, incorporate those into the solution possibly.
Yes, we could incorporate some permanent radar installations for feedback on the speed.
Okay, great. So again, where I'm in strong support, I know change needs to be done. I just feel as though we are solving for problems that don't exist. We know speed is an issue, but I think those can be addressed, and I'd like to sort of test out the reduced lane, but keep it at 4 as a transition from the status quo on its way to potentially, if needed, going down to the reduced lane. But I'm all for saving lives and so forth. The data doesn't support, in my opinion, going right down to a 2-lane reduction.
Councilmember Fahey?
Thank you. Yes, I'd also like to add my thanks to the staff for the wonderful presentation and options that have been presented. I'm going to kind of agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I am not a traffic engineer, and I don't pretend to be one. So I will go with the recommendation from staff, because they do know what they're talking about and have all of the research, all of the numbers, all of the information needed to go forward with a plan that will probably give us the results that we want. And also, I understand that it's just paint on the road. Nothing's going to be changed permanently. So after the 2 or 3 years of does this work or not, does it improve things or not, it would be easy to go back to a 4-lane road again and change it to the narrow 4-lane road. So I would be in support of the 2-lane proposal.
Thanks, Councilmember Fahey. This is a hard one, partly because change is hard. Change is hard for me, just like it is everyone else. I, too, very much appreciate the presentation that we got from staff, and, frankly, tonight, I mean, we've seen perhaps a lot more people in terms of emails that have gotten to us who are kind of against the road diet, although as Director Kaur said, there's a lot of them that have a misconception, and I appreciate that part of the council or the communication, because taking down the various concerns that really aren't concerns is pretty important. We, as a council, did decide to support this before. I think one of the questions, of course, is has it grown more compelling or less compelling since the last time we talked about this? I think that it has. I'm inclined toward the go slower approach. The approach that is the sort of reducing the width of the road but keeping the 4 lanes. Trying that for a couple of years and then coming back and reevaluating. I think nobody on the dais wants to keep the thing the same, and that's a good thing. I think there is a problem to be resolved. There's harm avoidance. There's no question about that. There's safety and speeding. There's efficiency and performance. All of which I realize good arguments to be made for the road diet. I'm just a little bit more cautious, perhaps because of, I guess, a couple of things. They're based on what I've seen in the report, there's going to be improved bicyclist level of stress, pretty substantial, even with the reduction from 4 lanes to 2. There's improvements to northbound bus stop to the South Boulder Road so the bus doesn't interfere with right turn queuing traffic. That was one that you pointed out in the report as being associated with the narrowing. And then the improved right turn queue lane at South Boulder Road. There are some other ones that I think are, I guess one of my questions, is that if we narrow the 4 lanes rather than going to 2, you did not indicate in the report that that's going to reduce speed. I guess I was surprised about that it wouldn't reduce speed at all, because we're sort of knocking off 8 inches of, the cars are going to be closer together. And I guess I wanted to find out if you could shed any light on that issue.
Yeah, we, South Boulder Road, similar road, and that had, I don't remember what it was previously, but it had no bike lanes on South Boulder Road. In order to fit bike lanes on South Boulder Road that are unbuffered, I think we're down to 10.5 feet there, possibly 10 in some areas. So we have narrowed South Boulder Road, and you all drive that, so you can judge if you think people go slow there. So that's why we don't see from data, we don't believe it'll reduce speeds.
Gotcha.
Generally in a 4-lane road, like it's not like cars are traveling like this together. Normally, they're generally people want to drive offset, so you still have in a 4-lane road that wiggle room.
There's one other question that I had that I didn't bring up earlier. To the extent that there's any further development on the west side of McCaslin, I would think, though I don't know, and maybe you could, I don't know that you can estimate or whether it's just pure speculation, is there going to be additional usage of Via Appia to the extent that there's more development that comes in on the other side of McCaslin?
That can be a philosophical question for tonight, right? So if you're saying we're going to put a lot of development or some development in on the west side, and then you're going to say, like, we're okay with 35,000 cars or whatever amount it increases through Via Appia, I'll let you all judge how your constituents might react to that. But if Via Appia is 2 lanes and it's more like carries 20, and most people are going to stay on McCaslin and South Boulder, which again are 4 lanes and 35,000 cars, they have capacity to take that development. So I guess it depends. You want a welcome mat for the development through Via Appia, or do you want to encourage them to go north-south on McCaslin?
I understand. Thanks. I didn't come in here with the idea that I was necessarily going to support the narrowing to 2 lanes. I really didn't. But I'm wrestling with this, and I'm sort of wrestling out loud. But you've gone through all of the criteria that we have set forth in all of the plans that we've made, and the data, I think, are they're counterintuitive. That's part of the problem that I'm having. But and you've done the research in Louisville. You've done the research on Via Appia. So it's not the case that you're just pulling studies out of the air. I think I'm going to go with the two-lane solution. I think you've convinced me, and I think my fellow council members and the people in the who I've heard, and the people who've considered it and actually correctly reviewed this. It's not an easy decision, and there's going to be a lot of blowback. I think it's essential that we, we can kind of talk in a minute about how we vote on this, but we're sort of at a bit of a, we certainly have a consensus that there's no interest in keeping things to status quo. I think that is clear. And I appreciate the opportunity to think through the narrowed lane solution, but when I think about it, it really comes down to my saying, gee, I don't want a lot of change. It's just too much change. And those statistics on the potential death of children and others, based on 5 miles an hour, we don't have any good data that suggests we're gonna reduce that speed. So I think you've convinced me. So the question, I think, at this stage is, we can vote, or we can go back to Councilmember Kern, and if she is inclined to throw in, that's great, but we don't have to.
We can vote. I mean, that's fine. I wanted to agree with your comment that we've had a lot of conversation, that we have a comprehensive plan, a housing plan, a need to increase housing. There's already proposals in the way for some of the communities on the west side of McCaslin Boulevard, and their only way to get to the rec center is through Via Appia, and that is the easiest, fastest, and most useful way for them to also get into Old Town. Some might take Cherry, but Via Appia will probably be the primary, especially with the Centennial Loop that's already there, because that actually becomes Via Appia when it crosses McCaslin, so that'll probably be the primary road that people use. Maybe we only add, I don't know, like 1,000 cars, but if those people are all commuting and needing that space, I think that, again, this just gives us an opportunity for time, put this in place, look at the improvements that Director Coer and his really good team have already come up with for the multimodal transportation, for the bike, for the bus pullovers, I think, and I think just a lot of the additional assistance for the biking is going to be a massive improvement on that road alone. And I think the awareness of this conversation will get a lot of residents to pay attention to their speed. When they understand we do not have a crossing signal at a major bus stop, and we really encourage people to take public transportation, I think people will become more aware of that and will reduce their speeds. And I think if we don't find this to be effective enough, then we can advance it to the next stage in a few years. And rather than asking a lot of residents, because it feels like maybe it is 50-50, 55% or so that would like to be able to have the 4 lanes for right now. That could very well change in the next couple of years. People see that it's not really as much of an impact. We move forward. They already realize they're going slower. They can feel good. And we can add to it. Versus we do this, it creates so much angst in a community that has been filled with angst for the last 2.5 years unnecessarily. I mean, if we do this, we move forward and it isn't fully solving the solution, then we do more.
Mayor Protem.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief, but I think 2 things. One, we're kind of talking about like baby steps into the bigger thing. I think spending $500,000 for hawk lights or what's the other one? Beacon lights, and doing restriping, doing all this work to like overdo, when all we need is to reduce to one lane to accomplish all the same goals. Like that for me is the baby step. Like paint the street to one lane. That's a baby step. And if that doesn't work, then spend $500,000 on major infrastructure to try to slow speed down, right? But it costs us the least amount of money, and it's the smallest change to the traffic to just go to one. Like I only drive one lane every time I drive on Via Appia. I don't know about you guys. I'm only in one lane every time. I'm pretty used to that. And so that's one thing. And then two, if there's a major increase in residential units west of McCaslin, that is hopefully affordable housing, transit-oriented development, and it's people using transportation and bikes, and their route to the rec center is walkable, it's bikeable, to Main Street is bikeable and walkable. What we're trying to offer them is that route being more biker friendly, not more car friendly. Like we want them to be using bikes and walking. So I think even if you do increase the population to the west, you want to offer them the multimodal option. So those are just the two pieces there. Is I think the walk before we run is spend $100,000 before we spend $500,000 for the same outcome. And right now, predicted better outcome for less money, right? And so I'm firm on my spot.
One of the things that I was thinking about as I'm rolling both of these options back in my head is that the dollar figure that we would be willing to spend on the medium option, the narrowing of the lanes, what are we buying for that? And as I've sort of come to conclude based on this, we're buying free flow of traffic. We're buying that people get to do whatever they want on Via Appia, change lanes, use whatever the lane they want. There's a value to that. There's a freedom to it, but there's a cost to it too. And I think if the performance of that road were drastically reduced, it might make a difference. I think people are going to they're going to have a hard time. I think they've had a hard time believing that the performance of the road will not be adversely affected. But you're telling us that, and you've outlined that it actually is going to be positively affected, but there's going to be a big bump for the others who use the road. And for that, I think it's good. I guess the question before, have somebody make a motion, but one of the things that I would suggest is that whoever does make the motion, think about whether there's anything else that needs to be covered. And I think I would say that the education efforts have to be significant, and I don't know what the timing is on this. But it's a little bit of a heavy lift to try to keep people, understanding what exactly we're doing and how it's going to work. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shot at the motion here if you're ready. Which is I would move that we adopt the staff recommendation, which is to continue the installation of a 2-lane pilot project on Via Appia and authorize the mayor, city manager, public works director, and city clerk to sign and execute contract documents on behalf of the city up to $25,000 for possible minor cost increases due to delay in contract schedule from November of 2023. And I would add to that recommendation just the urgency and importance of having a communications plan around this, especially around the evacuation route component of it. I don't think we can overstate the importance of looking at that. I know you had mentioned maybe doing some thermo lettering on the road or looking at options like that, in addition to maybe written communications in the water bill and that sort of thing. But certainly we're going to need a robust outreach plan, and that should be part of our direction.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Conversation. The only thing I'd add to it, and it's not in the form of an amendment, just something that I guess I would say, is I think that particularly on the piece of the evacuation. The folks who are probably no question, are most directly affected is the Cornerstone neighborhood. And I think that the communication strategy there needs to be very, very hands-on and personal. I think it's a very different group. And I had a discussion with Councilmember Kern a few days ago about this idea that, people don't necessarily think clearly during a crisis. They just don't. And so, the more we can do, we're going to have to do work on preparedness. That's huge. This is a part of that kind of preparedness. And so, we can hit a bunch of birds with one stone. Yes.
And I just want to clarify that, if you, between now and implementation or during implementation, if staff thinks they want to move a crosswalk from one side of the intersection to the other side, or wants to add an acceleration lane on Pine or at El Dorado, that you feel like you have the technical freedom to do that without having to come back to council for like what I would consider to be minor adjustments to the plan as you're putting it in, not having to wait 6 months if you don't think you need to, and that we're not going to try to do that from the dais, but that you feel like you have that, and that we're clear that we're giving the latitude to staff to implement minor changes or even the addition of a beacon light somewhere that we have that's not necessarily in this plan. I know that's an added expense, which might have to come back to council as a budget amendment, but not from a logistical implementation. Is that a fair?
That's consistent with the motion as I understand it.
Okay. Then I'm fine with it.
Any other discussion? Okay. Should we have a voice vote? Pardon me?
Roll call?
Do we need a roll call for that?
You're spending money.
Pardon me?
You're spending money.
All right. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Kern?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Yes.
Mayor Lay?
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Councilmember Bierman?
No.
And thank you all for hanging with us. All right.
Thank you.
City Attorney's report. Does City Attorney have a report?
I do not this evening, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council comments, committee reports, and identification of future agenda items. Anybody in council? Okay. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
These animals back. We're in charge of the management of that species and monitoring of that species. But that species lives in the National Forest system. So they're the ones